Section 11 of The Golden Bough, Study in Magic and Religion. Part 7, Bolder the Beautiful, Volume 1 by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 6. 5. The Autumn Fires. Festivals of Fire in August. In the months which elapse between midsummer and the setting in of winter, the European festivals of fire appear to be few and unimportant. On the evening of the first day of August, which is a festival of the cross, bonfires are commonly lit in Macedonia, and boys jump over them shouting, "Dig up, bury." But whom or what they wish to dig up or bury, they do not know. Russian Feast of Flores and Loris on August 18th. The Russians hold the feast of two martyrs, Flores and Loris, on the 18th day of August, Old Style. On this day the Russians lead their horses round the church of their village, beside which on the foregoing evening they dig a hole with two mouths. Each horse is a bridle made of the bark of the linden tree. The horses go through this hole, one after the other, opposite to one of the mouths, of which the priest stands with a sprinkler in his hand, with which he sprinkles them. As soon as the horses have passed by, their bridles are taken off, and they are made to go between two fires that they kindle, called by the Russians Givoi Agon. That is to say, living fires, of which I shall give an account. I shall before remark that the Russian peasantry throw the bridles of their horses into one of these fires to be consumed. Living fire made by the friction of wood. This is the manner of their lighting these Givoi Agon, or living fires. Some men hold the ends of a stick made of the plane tree, very dry, and about a fathom long. This stick they hold firmly over one of birch, perfectly dry, and rub with violence and quickly against the former. The birch, which is somewhat softer than the plane, in a short time inflames and serves them to light both the fires I have described. Feast of the Nativity of the Virgin on the 8th of September at Capri and Naples. The Feast of the Nativity of the Virgin on the 8th day of September is celebrated at Naples and Capri with fireworks, bonfires, and assassinations. On this subject my friend Professor A.E. Houseman, who witnessed the celebration in different years at both places, has kindly furnished me with the following particulars. In 1906, I was in the island of Capri on September the 8th, the feast of the Nativity of the Virgin. The anniversary was duly solemnized by fireworks at 9 or 10 in the evening, which I suppose were municipal. But just after sundown, the boys outside the villages were making small fires of brushwood on waste bits of ground by the wayside. Very pretty it looked, with the flames blowing about the twilight, but what took my attention was the listlessness of the boys and their lack of interest in the proceeding. A single lad, the youngest, would be raking the fire together and keeping it alight, but the rest stood lounging about and looking in every other direction, with the air of discharging mechanically a traditional office for which all zest has evaporated. The pious orgy at Naples on September the 8th went through the following phases when I witnessed it in 1897. It began at 8 in the evening with an illumination of the facade of Santa Maria Pedigrotta, and with the whole population walking about blowing penny trumpets. After 4 hours of this, I went to bed at midnight and was lulled to sleep by barrel organs, which supersede the trumpets about that hour. At 4 in the morning I was waked by detonations as if the British fleet were bombarding the city, caused, I was afterwards told, by dynamite rockets. The only step possible beyond this is assassination, which accordingly takes place about peep of day. I forget now the number of the slain, but I think the average is 8 or 10, and I know that in honour of my presence they murdered a few more than usual. The Feast of the Nativity of the Virgin may have replaced a pagan festival. It is no doubt possible that these illuminations and fireworks, like the assassinations, are merely the natural and spontaneous expressions of that overflowing joy with which the thought of the birth of the Virgin must fill every pious heart. But when we remember how often the Church has skillfully decanted the new wine of Christianity into the old bottles of heathendom, we may be allowed to conjecture that the ecclesiastical authorities adroitly timed the Nativity of the Virgin so as to coincide with an old pagan festival of that day, in which fire, noise, and uproar, if not broken heads and bloodshed, were conspicuous features. The penny trumpets blown on this occasion recall the like melodious instruments which figure so largely in the celebration of Befana, the Eve of Epiphany at Rome. 6. The Halloween Fires. The coincidence of the Midsummer Festival with the summer solstice implies that the founders of the festival regulated their calendar by observation of the sun. From the foregoing survey, we may infer that among the heathen forefathers of the European peoples, the most popular and widespread fire festival of the year was the great celebration of Midsummer Eve or Midsummer's Day. The coincidence of the festival with the summer solstice can hardly be accidental. Rather, we must suppose that our pagan ancestors purposely timed the ceremony of fire on earth to coincide with the arrival of the sun at the highest point in his course in the sky. If that was so, it follows that the old founders of the midsummer rites had observed the solstice or turning points of the sun's apparent path in the sky, and that they accordingly regulated their festival calendar to some extent by astronomical considerations. On the other hand, the Celts divided their year not by the solstices, but by the beginning of summer, the 1st of May, and the beginning of winter, the 1st of November. But while this may be regarded as fairly certain for what we may call the Aborigines throughout a large part of the continent, it appears not to have been true of the Celtic peoples who inhabited the land's end of Europe, the islands and promontories that stretch out into the Atlantic Ocean on the northwest. The principal fire festivals of the Celts, which have survived, though in a restricted area and with diminished pomp, to modern times and even to our own day, were seemingly timed without any reference to the position of the sun in the heaven. They were 2 in number, and fell at an interval of 6 months, one being celebrated on the eve of May Day and the other on All Hallow Eve, or Halloween, as is now commonly called, that is, on the 31st of October, the day preceding All Saints' or All Hallows' Day. These dates coincide with none of the 4 great hinges on which the solar year revolves, to wit, the solstices and their equinoxes. Nor do they agree with the principal seasons of the agricultural year, the sowing in spring and the reaping in autumn. For when May Day comes, the seed has long been committed to the earth, and when November opens, the harvest has long been reaped and garnered. The fields lie bare, the fruit trees are stripped, and even the yellow leaves are fast fluttering to the ground. Yet the 1st of May and the 1st of November mark turning points of the year in Europe. The one ushers in the genial heat and the rich vegetation of summer. The other heralds, if it does not share, the cold and barrenness of winter. The division seems to have been neither astronomical nor agricultural, but pastoral, being determined by the times when cattle are driven to and from their summer pasture. Now these particular points of the year, as has been well pointed out by a learned and ingenious writer, while they are of comparatively little moment to the European husbandman, do deeply concern the European herdsman, for it is on the approach of summer that he drives his cattle out into the open to crop the fresh grass, and it is on the approach of winter that he leads them back to the safety and shelter of the stall. Accordingly, it seems not improbable that the Celtic bisection of the year into 2 halves at the beginning of May and the beginning of November dates from a time when the Celts were mainly a pastoral people, dependent for their subsistence on the herds, and when accordingly the great epochs of the year for them were the days on which the cattle went forth from the homestead in early summer and returned it again in early winter. Even in Central Europe, remote from the region now occupied by the Celts, a similar bisection of the year may be clearly traced in the great popularity, on the one hand, of May Day and its eve, Walpurgis Night, and on the other hand, of the Feast of All Souls at the beginning of November, which under a thin Christian cloak conceals an ancient pagan festival of the dead. Hence we may conjecture that everywhere throughout Europe the celestial division of the year according to the solstices was preceded by what we may call a terrestrial division of the year according to the beginning of summer and the beginning of winter. The two great Celtic festivals, Beltane and Halloween. Be that as it may, the two great Celtic festivals of May Day and the 1st of November, or, to be more accurate, the eves of these 2 days, closely resemble each other in the manner of their celebration and in the superstitions associated with them, and alike, by the antique character impressed upon both, betray a remote and purely pagan origin. The festival of May Day, or Beltane, as the Celts called it, which ushered in summer, has already been described. It remains to give some account of the corresponding festival of Halloween, which announced the arrival of winter. Halloween, the evening of October 31st, seems to have marked the beginning of the Celtic year. Of the two feasts, Halloween was perhaps of old the more important, since the Celts would seem to have dated the beginning of the year from it rather than from Beltane. In the Isle of Man, on one of the fortresses in which the Celtic language and lore longest held out against the siege of the Saxon invaders, the 1st of November Old Style has been regarded as New Year's Day down to recent times. Thus Manx mummers used to go round on Halloween Old Style, singing in the Manx language a sort of Hogmanay song which began, "Tonight is New Year's night, Hoguna." One of Sir John Rye's Manx informants, an old man of 67, had been a farm servant from the age of 16 till he was 26 to the same man, near Regaby, in the parish of Andreas, and he remembers his master and a near neighbour of his discussing the term New Year's Day as applied to the 1st of November, and explaining to the younger men that it had always been so in old times. In fact, it seemed to him natural enough, as all tenure of land ends at that time, and all servant men begin their service then. In ancient Ireland, as we saw, a new fire used to be kindled every year on Halloween or the eve of Samhain, and from this sacred flame all the fires in Ireland were rekindled. Such a custom points strongly to Samhain or All Saints' Day, the 1st of November, as New Year's Day, since the annual kindling of a new fire takes place most naturally at the beginning of the year, in order that the blessed influence of the fresh fire may last throughout the whole period of 12 months. The many forms of divination resorted to at Halloween are appropriate to the beginning of a new year. Another confirmation of the view that the Celts dated their year from the 1st of November is furnished by the manifold modes of divination which, as we shall see presently, were commonly resorted to by Celtic peoples on Halloween for the purpose of ascertaining their destiny, especially their fortune in the coming year. For when could these devices for prying into the future be more reasonably put in practice than at the beginning of the year? As a season of omens and auguries, Halloween seems to have far surpassed Beltane in the imagination of the Celts, from which we may, with probability, infer that they reckoned their year from Halloween rather than Beltane. Halloween also a festival of the dead. Another circumstance of great moment which points to the same conclusion is the association of the dead with Halloween. Not only among the Celts but throughout Europe, Halloween, the night which marks the transition from autumn to winter, seems to have been, of old, the time of year when the souls of the departed were supposed to revisit their old homes in order to warm themselves by the fire and to comfort themselves with the good cheer provided for them in the kitchen or the parlour by their affectionate kinsfolk. It was perhaps a natural thought that the approach of winter should drive the poor, shivering, hungry ghosts from the bare fields and the leafless woodlands to the shelter of the cottage with its familiar fireside. Did not the lowing kine then troop back from the summer pastures in the forests and on the hills to be fed and cared for in the stalls, while the bleak winds whistled among the swaying boughs and the snowdrifts deepened in the hollows? And could the good man and the good wife deny to the spirits of their dead the welcome which they gave to the cows? Fairies and hobgoblins let loose at Halloween. But it is not only the souls of the departed who are supposed to be hovering unseen on the day when autumn to winter resigns the pale year. Witches then speed on their errands of mischief, some sweeping through the air on besoms, others galloping along the roads on tabby cats, which for the evening are turned into coal-black steeds. The fairies, too, are let loose, and hobgoblins of every sort roam freely about. In South-Oost and Aricia there is a saying, Halloween will come, witchcraft or divination will be set a-going, fairies will be at full speed, running in every pass. Avoid the road, children, children. In Cardiganshire, on November Eve, a boogie sits on every stile. On that night in Ireland all the fairy hills are thrown wide open, and the fairies swarm forth. Any man who is bold enough may then peep into the open green hills and see the treasures hidden in them. Worse than that, the cave of Cruachan in Connaught, known as the Hell Gate of Ireland, is unbarred on Samhain Eve or Halloween, and a host of horrible fiends and goblins used to rush forth, particularly a flock of copper-red birds, which blighted crops and killed animals by their poisonous breath. The Scotch Highlanders have a special name, Samhain, derived from Samhain, All Hallows, for the dreadful bogies that go about that night, stealing babies and committing other atrocities. And though the fairies are a kindlier folk, it is dangerous to see even them at their revels on Halloween. Dancing with the fairies at Halloween. A melancholy case of this sort is reported from the Verrintosh district of the Highlands, though others say that it happens at the slope of Big Stones in Harris. 2 young men are coming home after nightfall on Halloween, each with a jar of whisky on his back, when they saw, as they thought, a house all lit up by the roadside, from which proceeded the sound of music and dancing. In reality it was not a house at all, but a fairy knoll, and it was the fairies who were jiggling it about there so merrily. But one of the young men was deceived, and stepping into the house joined in the dance, without even stopping to put down the jar of whisky. His companion was wiser. He had a shrewd suspicion that the place was not what it seemed, and on entering he took the precaution of sticking a needle in the door. That disarmed the power of the fairies, and he got away safely. Well, that day 12 months he came back to the spot, and what should he see but his poor friend still dancing away with a jar of whisky on his back. A weary man he was, as you may well believe, but he begged to be allowed to finish the reel which he was in the act of executing, and when they took him out into the open air, there was nothing of him left but skin and bones. Again, the wicked fairies are apt to carry off men's wives with them to fairyland, but the lost spouses can be recovered within a year and a day when the procession of the fairies is defiling past on Halloween, always provided that the mortals did not partake of elfin food, or they were in Elfinland. Guleesh and the revels of the fairies at Halloween. Sometimes valuable information may be obtained from the fairies on Halloween. There was a young man named Guleesh in the county of Mayo. Near his house was a rath, or old fort with a fine grass bank running round it. One Halloween, when the darkness was falling, Guleesh went to the rath and stood on a grey old flag. The night was calm and still, yet there was not a breath of wind stirring, nor a sound to be heard except the hum of the insects flitting past, or the whistle of the plovers, or the hoarse scream of the wild geese as they winged their way far overhead. Above the white fog the moon rose like a knob of fire in the east, and 1,000,000 stars were twinkling in the sky. There was little frost in the air. The grass was white and crisp and crackled underfoot. Guleesh expected to see the fairies, but they did not come. Hour after hour wore away, and he was just bethinking him of going home to bed, when his ear caught a sound far off coming towards him, and he knew what it was in a moment. The sound grew louder and louder. First it was like the beating of waves on a stony shore, then it was like the roar of a waterfall. At last it was like a mighty rushing wind in the tops of the trees. Then the storm burst upon the rath, and sure enough the fairies were in it. The rout went by so suddenly that Guleesh lost his breath, but he came to himself and listened. The fairies were now gathered within the grassy bank of the rath, and a fine uproar they made. But Guleesh listened with all his ears, and he heard one fairy saying to another that a magic herb grew by Guleesh's own door, and that Guleesh had nothing to do but pluck it and boil it and give it to his sweetheart, the daughter of the King of France, and she would be well, for just then she was lying very ill. Guleesh took the hint, and everything went as the fairy had said, and he married the daughter of the King of France, and they had never a cark nor a care, a sickness nor a sorrow, a mishap or a misfortune, to the day of their death. Divination resorted to in Celtic countries at Halloween. In all Celtic countries, Halloween seems to have been the great season of the year for prying into the future. All kinds of divination were put in practice that night. We read that Dathi, a king of Ireland in the 5th century, happened to be at the Druid's Hill, Knockdown Druid, in the country of Sligo, one Halloween, ordered his druid to forecast for him the future from that day till the next Halloween should come round. The druid passed the night on the top of the hill, and next morning made a prediction to the king which came true. In Wales, Halloween was the weirdest of all the Tir Nos Ysbrydion, or 3 Spirit Nights, when the wind blowing over the feet of the corpses bore sighs to the houses of those who were to die within the year. People thought that if on that night they went out to a crossroad and listened to the wind, they would learn all the most important things that were before them during the next 12 months. In Wales too, not so long ago, women used to congregate in the parish churches of the night of Halloween and read their fate from the flame of the candle, which each of them held in her hand. Also they heard the names or saw the coffins of the parishioners who would die within the year, and many were the sad scenes to which these gloomy visions gave rise. And in the Highlands of Scotland, anybody who pleased could hear proclaimed aloud the names of parishioners doomed to perish within the next 12 months, if he would only take a 3-legged stool and go and sit on it at the crossroads, or the church clock was striking 12 at midnight on Halloween. It was even in his power to save the destined victims from their doom by taking with him articles of wearing apparel and throwing them away, one by one, as each name was called out by the mysterious voice. Halloween bonfires on the Highlands of Scotland. But while a glamour of mystery and awe has always clung to Halloween in the minds of the Celtic peasantry, the popular celebration of the festival has been, at least in modern times, by no means of a prevailingly gloomy cast. On the contrary, it has been attended by picturesque features and merry pastimes, which rendered it the gayest night of all the year. Amongst the things which in the Highlands of Scotland contribute to invest the festival with a romantic beauty were the bonfires which used to blaze at frequent intervals on the heights. On the last day of autumn, children gathered ferns, tar barrels, and the long thin stalks called gainisk, and everything suitable for a bonfire. These were placed in a heap on some eminence near the house, and in the evening set fire to. The fires were called samhangan. There was one for each house, and it was an object of ambition who should have the biggest. Whole districts were brilliant with bonfires, and their glare across the Highland Loch and from many eminences formed an exceedingly picturesque scene. Like the Beltane fires on the first day of May, the Halloween bonfires seem to have been kindled most commonly in the Perthshire Highlands. Travelling in the parish of Moline, near Pitlochry, in the year 1772, the Englishman Thomas Pennant writes that Hallow Eve is also kept sacred. As soon as it is dark, a person sets fire to a bush of broom fastened round a pole, and a tenor with a crowd runs about the village. He then flings it down, heaps a great quantity of combustible matters on it, and makes a great bonfire. A whole tract is thus illuminated at the same time, and makes a fine appearance. John Ramsay's account of the Halloween bonfires. The custom has been described more fully by a Scotsman of the 18th century, John Ramsay of Auchtertyre. On the evening of Halloween, the young people of every hamlet assembled upon some eminence near the houses. There they made a bonfire of ferns or the fuel, cut the same day, from which the feast was called Samnag or Savnog, a fire of rest and pleasure. Around it was placed a circle of stones, one for each person of the families to whom they belonged, and when it grew dark the bonfire was kindled, which a loud shout was set up. Then each person taking a torch of ferns or sticks in his hand ran round the fire exulting, and sometimes they went into the adjacent fields, where if there was another company, they visited the bonfire taunting the others even inferior in any respect to themselves. After the fire was burned out, they returned home, where a feast was prepared, and the remainder of the evening was spent in mirth and diversions of various kinds. Divination from stones at the fire. Next morning they repaired betimes to the bonfire, where the situation of the stones was examined with much attention. If any of them were misplaced, or if the print of a foot could be discerned near any particular stone, it was imagined that the person for whom it was set would not live out the year. Of late years this is less attended to, but about the beginning of the present century it was regarded as a sure prediction. The Halloween fire is still kept up in some parts of the Low Country, but on the western coast and in the Isles it is never kindled, though the night is spent in merriment and entertainments. Halloween fires in the parishes of Callander and Lougherate. In the Perthshire parish of Callander, which includes the now famous pass of the Trossachs opening out into the winding and wooded shores of the lovely Loch Katrine, the Halloween bonfires were still kindled down to near the end of the 18th century. When the fire died down, the ashes were carefully collected in the form of a circle, and a stone was put in near the circumference for every person of the several families interested in the bonfire. Divination from stones. Next morning, if any of these stones was found to be displaced or injured, the people made sure that the person represented by it was fey or devoted, and that he could not live 12 months from that day. In the parish of Lougherate, which covers a beautiful valley of Tummel, one of the fairest regions of all Scotland, the Halloween fire was somewhat different. Faggots of heath, broom, and the dressings of flax were kindled and carried on poles by men, who ran with them round the villages, attended by a crowd. As soon as one fag was burnt out, a fresh one was lighted and fastened to the pole. Numbers of these blazing faggots were often carried about together, and when the night happened to be dark, they formed a splendid illumination. Halloween fires on Loch Tay. Nor did the Halloween fires die out in Perthshire with the end of the 18th century. Journeying from Dunkeld to Aberfeldy on the Halloween in the first half of the 19th century, Sheriff Barclay counted 30 fires blazing on the hilltops and saw the figures of the people dancing like phantoms round the flames. Again in 1860 I was residing near the head of Loch Tay during the season of the Halloween feast. For several days before Halloween, boys and youth collected wood and conveyed it to the most prominent places on the hillsides in their neighbourhood. Some of the heaps were as large as a corn stack or hayrick. After dark on Halloween, these heaps were kindled, and for several hours both sides of Loch Tay were illuminated as far as the eye could see. I was told by old men that at the beginning of this century, men as well as boys took part in getting up the bonfires, and that when the fire was ablaze, all joined hands and danced round the fire, and made a great noise, but that as these gatherings generally ended in drunkenness and rough and dangerous fun, the ministers set their faces against the observance, and were seconded in their efforts by the more intelligent and well-behaved in the community, and so the practice was discontinued by adults and relegated to schoolboys. Halloween fires at Balquidder. At Balquidder, down to the latter part of the 19th century, each household kindled its bonfire at Halloween, but the custom was chiefly observed by children. The fires were lighted on any high knoll near the house. There was no dancing round them. Halloween fires in Buchan to burn the witches. Halloween fires were also lighted in some districts of the north cast of Scotland, such as Buchan. Villagers and farmers alike must have their fire. In the villages, the boys went from house to house and begged a peat from each householder, usually with the words, "Gi'es a peat to burn the witches." In some villages, the lads collected the peats in a cart, some of them drawing it along, and the others receiving the peats and loading them on the cart. Along with the peats, they accumulated straw, furze, potato hulm, everything that would burn quickly, and when they had got enough, they piled it all in a heap and set it on fire. Then each of the youths, one after another, laid himself down on the ground as near to the fire as he could without being scorched, and thus lying allowed the smoke to roll over him. The others ran through the smoke and jumped over their prostrate comrade. When the heap was burnt down, they scattered the ashes. Each one took a share in this part of the ceremony, giving a kick first with the right foot and then with the left, and each vied with the other who should scatter the most. After that, some of them still continued to run through the scattered ashes and to pelt each other with the half-burnt peats. At each farm a spot as high as possible, not too near the staging, was chosen for the fire, and the proceedings were much the same as at the village bonfire. The lads of one farm, when their own fire was burned down and the ashes scattered, sometimes went to a neighbouring fire and helped to kick the ashes about. Referring to this part of Scotland, a writer at the end of the 18th century observes that the Hallow-even fire, another relic of Druidism, was kindled in Buchan. Various magic ceremonies were then celebrated to counteract the influence of witches and demons, and to prognosticate to the young their success or disappointment in the matrimonial lottery. These being devoutly finished, the Hallow fire was kindled, and guarded by the male part of the family. Societies were formed either by pique or humour to scatter certain fires, and the attack and defence were often conducted with art and with fury. Processions with torches at Halloween in the Braemar Highlands. Down to about the middle of the 19th century, the Braemar Highlanders made the circuit of their fields with lighted torches at Halloween to ensure their fertility in the coming year. At that date the custom was as follows. Every member of the family, in those days households were larger than they are now, was provided with a bundle of fire candles with which to go the round. The father and mother stood at the hearth and lit the splints in the peat fire, which they passed to their children and servants, who trooped out once after the other, and proceeded to tread the bounds of their little property, going slowly round it at equal distance apart, and invariably with the sun. To go with the shins seems to have been reserved for cursing and excommunication. When the fields had thus been circumambulated, the remaining spills were thrown together in a heap and allowed to burn out. Divination and Halloween in the Highlands and Lowlands of Scotland. In the Highlands of Scotland, as the evening of Halloween wore on, young people gathered in one of the houses and resorted to an almost endless variety of games, or rather forms of divination, for the purpose of ascertaining the future fate of each member of the company. Were they to marry or remain single? Was the marriage to take place that year or never? Who was to be married first? What sort of husband or wife she or he was to get? The name, the trade, the colour of the hair, the amount of property of the future spouse. These were questions that were eagerly canvassed, and the answers to them furnished never failing entertainment. Nor were these modes of divination Halloween confined to the Highlands, where the bonfires were kindled. They were practised with equal faith and in practically the same forms in the Lowlands, as we learn, for example, from Burns' poem Halloween, which describes the auguries drawn from a variety of omens by the Ayrshire peasantry. These Lowlanders of Saxon descent may well have inherited the rights from the Celts, who preceded them in the possession of the South Country. The Stolen Kale. A common practice at Halloween was to go out stealthily to a neighbour's kale yard, and there, with shut eyes, to pull up the first kale stalk that came to hand. It was necessary that the plants should be stolen without the knowledge or consent of their owner, otherwise they were quite useless for the purpose of divination. Strictly speaking, too, the neighbour upon whose garden the raid was made should be unmarried, whether a bachelor or a spinster. The stolen kale was taken home and examined, and according to its height, shape, and features, would be the height, shape, and features of the future husband or wife. The taste of the custalk, that is, the heart of the stem, was an infallible indication of his or her temper, and a clod of earth adhering to the root signified, in proportion to its size, the amount of property that he or she would bring to the common stock. Then the kale stalk, or runt, as it was called in Ayrshire, was placed over the lintel of the door, and the baptismal name of the young man or woman who first entered the door after the kale was in position would be the baptismal name of the husband or wife. Sowing hemp seed. Again young women sowed hemp seed over 9 ridges of ploughed land, saying, I sow hemp seed, and he who is to be my husband, let him come and harrow it. On looking back over her left shoulder, the girl would see the figure of her future mate behind her in the darkness. In the northeast of Scotland, lint seed was used instead of hemp seed and answered the purpose quite as well. The clue of blue yarn. Again, a mode of ascertaining your future husband or wife was this. Take a clue of blue yarn and go to a lime kiln. Throw the clue into the kiln, but keep one end of the thread in your hand and wind it on to another clue. As you come near the end, somebody or something will hold the other end tight in the kiln. Then you call out, Who holds? Giving the thread at the same time a gentle pull, someone or something will thereupon pull the other end of the thread, and a voice will mention the name of your future husband or wife. Another way is this. Go to the barn alone and secretly. The winnowing basket. Be sure to open both doors, and if possible, take them off their hinges. For if the being who is about to appear should catch you in the barn and clap the doors to on you, he or she might do you a mischief. Having done this, take the sieve or winnowing basket, which in lowland Scotch is called a wecht or waked, and go through the action of winnowing corn. Repeat it thrice, and at the 3rd time the apparition of your future husband or wife will pass through the barn, entering at the windy door and passing out at the other. The wet shirt. Or this. Go to a southward running stream where the lands of 3 lairds meet, or to a ford where the dead and living have crossed. Dip the left sleeve in your shirt in the water, then go home, take off the shirt and hang it up before a fire to dry, and go to bed, taking care the bed stands so that you can see your shirt hanging before the fire. Keep awake, and at midnight you will see the form of your future spouse coming into the room and turn the other side of your sleeve to the fire to dry it. The thrown shoe. A Highland form of divination at Halloween is to take a shoe by the tip and throw it over the house, then observe the direction in which the toe points as it lies on the ground on the other side, for in that direction you are destined to go before long. If the shoe should fall sole uppermost, it is very unlucky for you. The white of eggs in water. These ways of prying to the future are practiced outside of the house. Others are observed in the kitchen of the parlour before the cheerful blaze of the fire. Thus the white of eggs dropped in a glass of pure water indicates by certain marks how many children a person will have. The impatience and clamour of the children, eager to ascertain the exact number of their future progeny, often induced the housewife to perform this ceremony for them by daylight, and the kindly mother, standing with her face to the window, dropped the white of an egg into a crystal glass of clean water, and surrounded by a group of children intently watching her proceedings, made up a pretty picture. The names on the chimney-piece. When the fun of the evening had fairly commenced, the names of eligible or likely matches were written on the chimney-piece, and the young man who wished to try his fortune was led up blindfolded to the list. Whatever name he put his finger on would prove that of his future wife. The nuts in the fire. Again 2 nuts representing a lad and a lass whose names were announced to the company were put side by side in the fire. If they burned quietly together, the pair would be man and wife, and from the length of time they burned and the brightness of the flame, the length and happiness the married life of the two were augured. But if instead of burning together one of the nuts slipped away from the other, then there would be no marriages, and the blame would rest with the person whose nut had thus started away by itself. The milk and meal. Again a dish of milk and meal in Gaelic, forag in Lowland Scotch, crowdy, or of baked potatoes, was made, and a ring was hidden in it. Spoons were served out to the company, who supped the contents of the dish hastily with them, and the one who got the ring would be the first to be married. The apples in the water. Again, apples and a silver sixpence were put in a tub of water. The apples naturally floated on the top and the sixpence sank to the bottom. Whoever could lift an apple or the sixpence from the water with his mouth, without using his teeth, was counted very lucky and got the prize to himself. The 3 plates. Again, 3 plates or basins were placed on the hearth. One was filled with clean water, another with dirty water, and the third was empty. The inquirer was blindfolded, knelt in front of the hearth, and groped about till he put his finger in one of them. If he lighted on a plate with the clean water, he would wed a maid. If on the plate with the dirty water, he would marry a widow. And if on the empty plate, he would remain a bachelor. For a girl, the answer of the oracle was analogous. She would marry a bachelor, a widower, or nobody according to the plate into which she chanced to dip her finger. But to make sure, the operation had to be repeated thrice, the position of the plates being changed each time. If the inquirer put his or her finger into the same place thrice or even twice, it was quite conclusive. The sliced apple. These forms of divination in the house were practiced by the company in a body, but the following had to be performed by the person alone. You took an apple and stood with it in your hand in front of a looking-glass. Then you sliced the apple, stuck each slice on the point of the knife, and held it over your left shoulder, while you looked into the glass and combed your hair. The spectre of your future husband would then appear in the mirror, stretching forth his hand to take the slices of the apple over your shoulder. Some say that the number of slices should be 9, that you should eat the first 8 yourself, and only throw the 9th over your left shoulder for your husband. Also that each slice you should say, "In the name of the Father and the Son." The white of egg in water. Again, take an egg, prick it with a pin, and let the white drop into a wine glass nearly full of water. Take some of this in your mouth and go out for a walk. The first name you hear called out aloud will be that of your future husband or wife. An old woman told a lady that she had tried this mode of divination in her youth, that the name of Archibald came up as it were from the very ground, and that Archibald sure enough was the name of her husband. The salt cake or salt herring. In South Oost and Aricia, 2 of the other Hebrides, a salt cake called Bonac Salane is eaten at Halloween to induce dreams that will reveal the future. It is baked of common meal with a great deal of salt. After eating it, you may not drink water, nor utter a word, not even to say your prayers. A salt herring, eaten bones and all in 3 bites, is equally efficacious, always provided that you drink no water and hold your tongue. Halloween fires in Wales. In the northern part of Wales, it used to be customary for every family to make a great bonfire called Coel Coeth on Halloween. Omens drawn from stones thrown into the fire. The fire was kindled on the most conspicuous spot in the house, and when it had nearly gone out, everyone threw into the ashes a white stone, which he had first marked. Then, having said their prayers round the fire, they went to bed. Next morning, as soon as they were up, they came to search out the stones, and if any one of them was found to be missing, they had a notion that the person who threw it would die before he saw another Halloween. A writer on Wales at the beginning of the 19th century says that the autumnal fire is still kindled in North Wales, being on the eve of the first day of November, and is attended by many ceremonies, such as running through the fire and smoke, each casting a stone into the fire, and all running off at the conclusion to escape from a black short-tailed sow. Then supping upon parsnips, nuts, and apples, catching up an apple suspended by a string with the mouth alone, and the same by an apple in a tub of water, each throwing a nut into the fire, and those that burn bright betoken prosperity to the owners through the following year, but those that burn black and crackle denote misfortune. On the following morning the stones are searched for in the fire, and if any be missing, they betide ill to those who threw them in. According to Sir John Rice, the habit of celebrating Halloween by lighting bonfires on the hills is perhaps not yet extinct in Wales, and men still living can remember how the people who assisted at the bonfires would wait till the last spark was out, and they would suddenly take to their heels, shouting at the top of their voices, "The cropped black sow seized the hindmost." The saying, as Sir John Rhys justly remarks, implies that originally one of the company became a victim in dead earnest. Down to the present time, the saying is current in Carnarvonshire, where allusions to the cuddy black sow are still occasionally made to frighten children. Divination by stones in the ashes. We can now understand why in Lower Brittany every person throws a pebble into the midsummer bonfire. Doubtless there, as in Wales and the Highlands of Scotland, omens of life and death have at one time or another been drawn from the position and state of the pebbles on the morning of All Saints' Day. The custom thus found among three separate branches of the Celtic stock probably dates from a period before their dispersion, or at least from a time when alien races had not yet driven home the wedges of separation between them. Divination as to love and marriage at Halloween in Wales. In Wales, as in Scotland, Halloween was also the great season for forecasting the future in respect of love and marriage, and some of the forms of divination employed for this purpose resembled those which were in use among the Scotch peasantry. Two girls, for example, would make a little ladder of yarn, without breaking it from the ball, and having done so they would throw it out of the window. Then one of the girls, holding the ball in her hand, would wind the yarn back, repeating a rhyme in Welsh. Then she did thrice, and as she wound the yarn, she would see her future husband climbing up the little ladder. Again 3 bowls or basins were placed on a table. One of them contained clean water, one dirty water, and one was empty. The girls of the household, and sometimes the boys too, then eagerly tried their fortunes. They were blindfolded, led up to the table, and dipped their hands into a bowl. If they happened to dip into the clean water, they would marry maidens or bachelors. If into the dirty water, they would be widowers or widows. Even to the empty bowl, they would live unmarried. Again, if a girl, walking backwards, would place a knife among the leeks on Halloween, she would see her future husband come back and pick up the knife and throw it into the middle of the garden. Divination at Halloween in Ireland. In Ireland, the Halloween bonfires would seem to have died out, but the Halloween divination has survived. Writing towards the end of the 18th century, General Vallancey tells that, on Halloween, or the Virgil of Saman, as he calls it, the peasants in Ireland assemble with sticks and clubs, the emblems of laceration, going from house to house, collecting money, bread, cake, butter, cheese, eggs, etc., etc., for the feast, repeating verses in honour of the solemnity, demanding preparations for the festival in the name of St. Columcille, desiring them to lay aside the fattened calf and bring forth the black sheep. The good women are employed in making the griddle cake and candles. These last are sent from house to house in the vicinity and are lighted up on the Saman next day, before which they pray, or are supposed to pray, for the departed souls of the donor. Every house abounds in the best viands they could afford. Apples and nuts are devoured in abundance, the nutshells are burnt, and from the ashes many strange things are foretold. Cabbages are torn up by the root, hemp seed is thrown by the maidens, and they believe that if they look back, they will see the apparition of the man intended for their future spouse. They hang a smock before the fire on the close of the feast, and sit up all night, concealed in a corner of the room, convinced that his apparition will come down the chimney and turn the smock. They throw a ball of yarn out the window, and wind it on the reel within, convinced that if they repeat the paternoster backwards, and look at the ball of yarn without, they will then also see his scythe or apparition. They dip for apples in a tub of water, and endeavour to bring up one in the mouth. They suspend a cord with a cross stick, with apples at one point and candles lighted at the other, and endeavour to catch the apple while it is in a circular motion in the mouth. These, and many other superstitious ceremonies, the remains of Druidism, are observed on the holiday, which will never be eradicated while the name of Saman is permitted to remain. Divination at Halloween in Queen's County. In Queen's County, Ireland, down to the latter part of the 19th century, children practiced various of these rites of divination on Halloween. Girls went out into the garden blindfolded and pulled up cabbages. If the cabbage was well grown, the girl would have a handsome husband, but if it had a crooked stalk, the future spouse would be a stingy old man. Nuts again were placed in pairs on the bar of the fire, and from their behaviour omens were drawn of the fate in love and marriage of the couple whom they represented. Lead also was melted and allowed to drop into a tub of cold water, and from the shapes which it assumed in the water, predictions were made to the children of their future destiny. Again, apples were bobbed for in a tub of water and brought up with the teeth, or a stick was hung from a hook with an apple at one end and a candle at the other, and the stick being made to revolve you made a bite at the apple, and sometimes got a mouthful of candle instead. Divination Halloween in County Leitrim. In County Leitrim, also down to near the end of the 19th century, various forms of divination were practiced at Halloween. Girls ascertained the character of their future husbands by the help of cabbages, just as in Queen's County. Again, if a girl found a branch of a briar thorn which had bent over and grown to the ground as to form a loop, she would creep through the loop thrice late in the evening in the devil's name, then cut the briar and put it under her pillow, all without speaking a word. Then she would lay her head on the pillow and dream of the man she was to marry. Boys, also, would dream in like manner of love and marriage at Halloween, if only they would gather 10 leaves of ivy without speaking, throw away one, and put the other 9 under their pillow. Again, divination was practiced by means of a cake called barnbreach, in which a nut and a ring were baked. Whoever got the ring would be married first. Whoever got the nut would marry a widow or a widower. But if the nut were an empty shell, he or she would remain unwed. Again, a girl would take a clue of worsted, go to a lime kiln in the gloaming, and throw the clue into the kiln in the devil's name, while she held fast the other end of the thread. Then she would rewind the thread and ask, "Who holds my clue?" and the name of her future husband would come up from the depth of the kiln. Another way was to take a rake, go to a rick and walk round it 9 times, saying, "I take this rick to the devil's name." At the 9th time, the wraith of your destined partner for life would come and take the rake out of your hand. Once more, before the company separated for the night, they would rake the ashes smooth on the hearth, and search them next morning for tracks, from which they judged whether anybody should come to the house, or leave it, or die in it before another year was out. Divination at Halloween in County Roscommon. In County Roscommon, which borders on County Leitrim, a cake is made in nearly every house on Halloween, and a ring, a coin, a sloe, and a chip of wood are put into it. Whoever gets the coin will be rich. Whoever gets the ring will be married first. Whoever gets the chip of wood, which stands for a coffin, will die first, and whoever gets the sloe will live longest, because the fairies blight the sloes in the hedges on Halloween, so that the sloe in the cake will be the last of the year. Again, on the same mystic evening, girls take 9 grains of oats in their mouths, and going out without speaking, walk about till they hear a man's name pronounced. It will be the name of their future husband. In County Roscommon, too, on Halloween, there is the usual dipping in water for apples or sixpences, and the usual bites at a revolving apple and tallow candle. Halloween fires in the Isle of Man. In the Isle of Man also, another Celtic country, Halloween was celebrated down to modern times by the kindling of fires, accompanied with all the usual ceremonies designed to prevent the baneful influence of fairies and witches. Bands of young men perambulated the island by night, and at the door of every dwelling house they stuck up a Manx rhyme, beginning, "Nordhoid Hauni hop die now." That is to say, "This is Hollantide Eve." For Hollantide is the Manx way of expressing the Old English All Halloween Tide, that is, All Saints' Day, the 1st of November. But as the people reckon this festival according to the old style, Hollantide in the Isle of Man is our 12th of November. The native Manx name for the day is Sion or Lahuni. Potatoes, parsnips and fish, powdered up together and mixed with butter, form the proper evening meal, Maniastrair, on Halloween in the Isle of Man. Divination Halloween in the Isle of Man. Here too, as in Scotland, forms of divination are practiced by some people on this important evening. For example, the housewife fills a thimbleful of salt for each member of the family and each guest. The contents of the thimblefuls are emptied out in as many neat little piles on a plate and left there overnight. Next morning the piles are examined, and if any of them has fallen down, he or she whom it represents will die within the year. Again, the women carefully sweep out the ashes from under the fireplace and flatten them down neatly on the open hearth. If they find next morning a footprint turned towards the door, it signifies a death in the family within the year, but if the footprint is turned in the opposite direction, it bodes a marriage. Again, divination by eavesdropping is practiced in the Isle of Man in much the same way as in Scotland. You go out with your mouth full of water and your hands full of salt and listen at a neighbour's door, and the first name you hear will be the name of your husband. Again, Manx maids bandage their eyes and grope about the room till they dip their hands in vessels full of clean or dirty water and so on, and from the thing they touch they draw corresponding omens. But some people in the Isle of Man observe these auguries, not on Halloween or Hollantide Eve, as they call it, which was the old Manx New Year's Eve, but on the modern New Year's Eve, that is on the 31st of December. The change, no doubt, marks a transition from the ancient to the modern mode of dating the beginning of the year. Halloween fires and divination in Lancashire. In Lancashire, also, some traces of the old Celtic celebration of Halloween have been reported in modern times. It is said that fires are still lighted in Lancashire on Halloween under the name of Beltanes or Tinlands, and even such cakes as the Jews are said to have made in honour of the Queen of Heaven are yet to be found at this season amongst the inhabitants of the banks of the Ribble. Both the fires and the cakes, however, are now connected with superstitious notions respecting purgatory, etc. On Halloween, too, the Lancashire maidens strew the ashes which are to take the form of one or more letters of her lover's name. She throws hemp seed over her shoulder and timidly glances to see who follows her. Again, witches in Lancashire used to gather on Halloween at the Malcolm Tower, a ruined and desolate farmhouse in the forest of Pendle. Candles lighted to keep off the witches. They assembled for no good purpose, but you could keep the infernal rout at bay by carrying a lighted candle about the fells from 11 to 12 o'clock at night. The witches tried to blow out the candle, and if they succeeded, so much the worse for you. But if the flame burned steadily till the clocks had struck midnight, you were safe. Some people performed the ceremony by deputy, and parties went about from house to house in the evening, collecting candles, one for each inmate, and offering their services to late or leet the witches, as the phrase ran. This custom was practised at Longridge Fell in the early part of the 19th century. Divination at Halloween in Northumberland. In Northumberland, on Halloween, omens of marriage were drawn from nuts thrown into the fire, and the sports of ducking for apples and biting at a revolving apple and lighted candle were also practised on the evening. Halloween fires in France. The equivalent of the Halloween bonfires is reported also from France. We are told that in the department of Deux-Sèvres, which forms part of the old province of Poitou, young people used to assemble in the fields on All Saints' Day, the 1st November, and kindle great fires of ferns, thorns, leaves and stubble, at which they roasted chestnuts. They also danced round the fires and indulged in noisy pastimes. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 7. 7. The Midwinter Fires. A Midwinter Festival of Fire. If the heathen of ancient Europe celebrated, as we have good reason to believe, the season of midsummer with a great festival of fire, of which the traces have survived in many places down to our own time, it is natural to suppose that they should have observed with similar rites the corresponding season of midwinter. For midsummer and midwinter, or in more technical language, the summer solstice and the winter solstice, are the two great turning points in the sun's apparent course through the sky. and from the standpoint of primitive man, nothing might seem more appropriate than to kindle fires on earth at the two moments when the fire and heat of the great luminary in heaven begin to wane or to wax. In this way, the savage philosopher, to whose meditations on the nature of things we owe many ancient customs and ceremonies, might easily imagine that he helped the labouring sun to relight his dying lamp, or at all events to blow up in the flame into a brighter blaze. Certain it is that the winter solstice, which the ancients erroneously assigned to the 25th of December, was celebrated in antiquity as the birthday of the sun, and that festal lights or fires were kindled on this joyful occasion. Christmas, the continuation of an old heathen festival of the sun. Our Christmas festival is nothing but a continuation, under a Christian name, of this old solar festivity, for the ecclesiastical authorities saw fit, about the end of the 3rd or the beginning of the 4th century, arbitrarily to transfer the nativity of Christ from the 6th of January to the 25th of December, for the purpose of diverting to their Lord the worship which the heathen had hitherto paid on that day to the sun. The Yule log is the midwinter counterpart of the midsummer bonfire. In modern Christendom, the ancient fire festival of the winter solstice appears to survive, or to have survived down to recent years, in the old custom of the Yule log, clog, or block, as is variously called in England. The custom was widespread in Europe, but seems to have flourished especially in England, France, and among the South Slavs. At least the fullest accounts of the custom come from these quarters. That the Yule log was only the midwinter counterpart of the midsummer bonfire, kindled within doors instead of in the open air, on account of the cold and inclement weather of the season, was pointed out long ago by our English antiquary, John Brand, and the view is supported by the many quaint superstitions attaching to the Yule log, superstitions which have no apparent connection with Christianity, but carry their heathen origin plainly stamped upon them. But while the two solstital celebrations were both festivals of fire, the necessity or desirability of holding the winter celebration within doors lent it the character of a private or domestic festivity, which contrasts strongly with the publicity of the summer celebration, at which the people gathered on some open space or conspicuous height, kindled a huge bonfire in common, and danced and made merry round it together. The Yule log in Germany. Among the Germans the custom of the Yule log is known to have been observed in the 11th century. From the year 1184, the parish priest of Allen, in Munsterland, spoke of bringing a tree to kindle the festival fire at the Lord's nativity. Down to about the middle of the 19th century, the old rite was kept up in some parts of central Germany, as we learn from an account of it given by a contemporary writer. After mentioning the custom of feeding the cattle and shaking the fruit trees on Christmas night to make them bear fruit, he goes on as follows. Other customs pointing back to the far-off times of heathendom may still be met with among the old-fashioned peasants of the mountain regions. Such as in the valleys of the Sieg and Lahn, the practice of laying a new log as a foundation of the earth. A heavy block of oak wood, generally a stump grubbed up from the ground, is fitted either into the floor of the hearth or into a niche made for the purpose in the wall under the hook on which the kettle hangs. When the fire on the hearth glows, the block of wood glows too, but it is so placed that it is hardly reduced to ashes within a year. When the new foundation is laid, the remains of the old block are carefully taken out, ground to powder, and stewed over the fields during the 12 nights. This, so people fancied, promotes the fruitfulness of the year's crops. In some parts of the Eifel Mountains, to the west of Koblenz, a log of wood called the Christbrand used to be placed on the hearth on Christmas Eve, and the charred remains of it on 12th night were put in the corn bin to keep the mice from devouring the corn. At Weidenhausen and Gökshausen in Westphalia, the practice was to withdraw the Yule log, Christbrand, from the fire so soon as it was slightly charred. It was then kept carefully to be replaced on the fire whenever a thunderstorm broke, because the people believed that lightning would not strike a house in which the Yule log was smouldering. In some villages near Burleberg in Westphalia, the old custom was to tie up the Yule log in the last sheaf cut at harvest. On Christmas Eve, the peasantry of the Oberland in Meiningen, a province in central Germany, used to put a great block of wood called the Kreuzkotz on the fire before they went to bed. It should burn all night, and the charred remains were believed to guard the house for the whole year against the risk of fire, burglary, and other misfortunes. The Yule log in Switzerland. The Yule log seems to be known only in the French-speaking parts of Switzerland, where it goes by the usual French name of Bûche de Noël. In the Jura mountains of the canton of Bern, while the log is burning on the hearth, the people sing a blessing over it as follows. May the log burn, may all good come in, may the women have children, and the sheep lambs, white bread for everyone, and a vat full of wine. The embers of the Yule log were kept carefully, for they were believed to be a protection against lightning. The Yule log in Belgium. The Christmas fires, which were formerly lit everywhere in the Low Countries, have fallen into disuse, but in Flanders a great log of wood called the Kersavonblok, and usually cut from the roots of a fir or a beech, is still put on the fire. All the lights in the house are extinguished, and the whole family gathers round the log to spend part of the night in singing, in telling stories, especially about ghosts, werewolves, and so on, and also in drinking gin. At Grammont, and in the neighbourhood of that town, where the Yule log is called Kerstmismot, it is customary to set fire to the remainder of the gin at the moment when the log is reduced to ashes. Elsewhere a piece of the log is kept and put under the bed to protect the house against thunder and lightning. The charcoal of the log which burned during Christmas night, if pounded up and mixed with water, is a cure for consumption. In the country of Limburg, the log burns several nights, and the pounded charcoal is kept as a preventive, so they say, of toothache. The Yule log in France. In several provinces of France, and particularly in Provence, the custom of the Yule log, or fiord, as it was called in many places, was long observed. A French writer of the 17th century tells us that on Christmas Eve the log was prepared, and when the whole family had assembled in the kitchen or parlour of the house, they went and brought it in, walking in procession and singing Provençal verses to the following effect. Let the log rejoice, tomorrow is the day of bread. Let all good enter here, let the women bear children. Let the she-goats bring forth kids. Let the ewes drop lambs. Let there be wheat and flour, and the vat full of wine. Then the log was blessed by the smallest and youngest child of the house, who poured a glass of wine over it, saying, In nomine Patris, etc., after which the log was set on the fire. The charcoal of the burnt wood was kept the whole year and used as an ingredient in several remedies. French superstitions as to the Yule log. Amongst the superstitions denounced by the same writer is the belief that a log called the trefoil, or Christmas brand, which you put on the fire for the first time on Christmas Eve and continue to put on the fire for a little while every day till 12th night, can, if kept under the bed, protect the house for a whole year from fire and thunder. That it can prevent the inmates from having chilblains on their heels in winter, that it can cure the cattle of many maladies, that if a piece of it be steeped in the water which cows drink, it helps them to calve, and lastly, that if the ashes of the log be strewn on the fields, it can save the wheat from mildew. The Yule log at Marseilles and in Périgord. In Marseilles, the Yule log used to be a great block of oak, which went by the name of calendier or calignau. It was sprinkled with wine and oil, and the head of the house kindled it himself. The Yule log plays a great part in the festival of the winter solstice in Périgord. The countryman thinks that is best made of plum tree, cherry, or oak, and that the larger it is, the better. If it burns well, it is a good omen. The blessing of heaven rests upon it. Virtue is ascribed to the charcoal and ashes of the burnt log. The charcoal and ashes, which are collected very carefully, are excellent for healing swollen glands. The part of the trunk which has not been burnt in the fire is used by ploughmen to make the wedge, tecoin or cael, for the plough, because they allege that it causes the seeds to thrive better, and the women keep pieces of it till 12th night for the sake of their chickens. Nevertheless, if you sit down on the log, you become subject to boils, and to cure yourself of them you must pass 9 times under a bramble branch which happens to be rooted in the ground at both ends. The charcoal heals sheep of a disease called the gaumon, and the ashes, carefully wrapped in a white linen, preserve the whole household from accidents. Some people think that they will have as many chickens as there are sparks that fly out of the brands of the log when they shake them, and others place the extinct brands under the bed to drive away vermin. In VII, on Christmas Eve, when supper is over, the master of the house has a great log, the Christmas brand, brought in, and then surrounded by all the spectators gathered in profound silence. He sprinkles salt and water on the log. It is then put on the fire to burn during the 3 festivals, but they carefully preserve a piece to be kindled every time that it thunders. The Yule log in Berry. In Berry, a district of central France, the Yule log was called the Costinau, the last word being an abbreviation of the usual French word for Christmas, Noël. It consisted of an enormous tree trunk, so heavy that the united strength of several men was needed to carry it in and place it on the hearth, which it served to feed the fire during the 3 days of the Christmas festivity. Strictly speaking, it should be the trunk of an old oak tree, which had never been lopped and had been felled at midnight. It was placed on the hearth at the moment when the tinkle of the bell announced the elevation of the host at the midnight mass, and the head of the family, after sprinkling it with the holy water, set it on fire. The remains of the log were preserved till the same day next year. They were kept under the bed of the master of the house, and whenever thunder was heard, one of the family would take a piece of the log and throw it on the fire, which was believed to guard the family against lightning. In the Middle Ages, we are told, several fiefs were granted on condition that the vassal should bring in person a Yule log every year for the hearth of his liege lord. The Yule log in Normandy and Brittany. Similar customs and beliefs survived till recent years in some of the remote country villages of the picturesque district known as the Bocage of Normandy. There it was the grandfather or the oldest man of the family who chose the Yule log in good time and had it ready for Christmas Eve. Then he placed it on the hearth at the moment when the church bell began to ring for the evening service. Kneeling reverently at the hearth with the members of his family in a like attitude of devotion, the old man recited 3 paternosters and 3 avers, and invoked the blessings of heaven on the log and on the cottage. Then at the sound of the bell which proclaimed the sacrament of the Mass, where the church was too far off to allow the tinkle of the bell to be heard, at the moment when they judged that the priest was elevating the host before the high altar, the patriarch sprinkled the burning log with holy water, blessed it in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, and drew it out of the fire. The charred log was then carefully kept to the following Christmas as a precious relic which would guard the house against the leaden bolt, evil spirits, sorcerers, and every misfortune they might befall in the course of the year. In the department of Orne, the Yule log is called trefoet. Holy water is poured on it. It should last the 3 days of the festival, and the remains of it are kept to be put on the fire when it thunders. This brand is a protection both against thunder and against sorcerers. In Upper Brittany also, the Yule log is thought to be a safeguard against thunder and lightning. It is sprinkled with holy water on Christmas morning and allowed to burn till evening. If a piece of it is thrown into the well, it will ensure a supply of good water. The Yule log in the Ardennes. In almost all the families of the Ardennes, we are told, at the present day, they never fail to put the Yule log on the fireplace, but formerly it was the object of a superstitious worship, which is now obsolete. The charred remains of it, placed under the pillow or under the house, preserved the house from storms, and before it was burned the Virgin used to come and sit on it, invisible, swaddling the infant Jesus. At Noah's On, 20 years ago, the traditional log was brought into the kitchen on Christmas Eve, and the grandmother, with a sprig of box in her hand, sprinkled the log with holy water as soon as the clock struck the first stroke of midnight. As she did so, she chanted, "When Christmas comes, everyone should rejoice, for it is a new covenant." Following the grandmother and joining in the song, the children and the rest of the family marched thrice round the log, which was as fine a log as could be got. We can now perhaps understand why, in Perigord, people who sat on the Yule log suffered from boils, and why in Lorraine young folk used to be warned that if they sat on it they would have the scab. The reason probably was that the Virgin and Child were supposed to be seated, invisible, upon the log, and to resent the indignity of contact with mortal children. The Yule log in the Vosges. On Christmas Eve, the mountaineers of Rupt, in the Vosges, never fail to put on the hearth the largest log which the hearth can hold. They call it la galouche de Noël, that is, the Yule log. Next morning they rake the ashes for any charred fragments and keep them as valuable talismans to guard them against the stroke of lightning. At Vagny and other places near it in the Vosges, it used to be customary on the same evening to grease the hinges and the latches of the doors, that no harsh grating sound should break the slumbers of the infant Christ. In the Vosges mountains too, as indeed in many other places, cattle acquired the gift of speech on Christmas Eve, and conversed with each other in the language of Christians. The conversation was, indeed, most instructive, for the future, it seems, had no secret worth mentioning for them. Yet few people cared to be caught eavesdropping at the byre. Wise folk contented themselves with setting a good store of fodder in the manger, then shut the door and left the animals to their ruminations. A farmer of Vercourt once hid in a corner of the byre to overhear the edifying talk of the beasts. But it did him little good, for one ox said to another ox, "What shall we do tomorrow?" And the other replied, "We shall carry our master to the churchyard." Sure enough, the farmer died that very night, and was buried next morning. The Yule log in Franche-Comté and Burgundy. In Franche-Comté, the province of France, to the west of the Jura mountains, if the Yule log is really to protect a house against thunder and lightning, it is essential that it should burn during the midnight mass, and that the flame should not go out before the divine service is concluded. Otherwise the log is quite useless for the purpose. In Burgundy, the log which is placed on the fire on Christmas Eve is called the souchy. While it is burning, the father of the family, assisted by his wife and children, sings Christmas carols, and when he is finished, he tells the smallest children to go into a corner of the room and pray God that the log may give them sweeties. The prayer is invariably answered. The Yule log and the Yule candle in England. In England, the customs and beliefs concerning the Yule log, clog, or block, as it was variously called, used to be similar. On the night of Christmas Eve, says the antiquary John Brand, our ancestors were wont to light up candles of an uncommon size, called Christmas candles, and lay a log of wood upon the fire called a Yule clog, or a Christmas block, to illuminate the house, and, as it were, to turn night into day. This custom is, in some measure, still kept up in the north of England. In the buttery of St. John's College, Oxford, an ancient candle socket of stone still remains ornamented with a figure of the Holy Lamb. It was formerly used to burn the Christmas candle in, on the high table at supper, during the 12 nights of that festival. A tall mould candle, called a Yule candle, is lighted and set on the table. These candles are presented by the chandlers and grocers to their customers. The Yule log is bought of the carpenter's lads. It would be unlucky to light either of them before the time, or to stir the fire or candle during the supper. The candle must not be snuffed, neither must anyone stir from the table till supper is ended. In these suppers it is considered unlucky to have an odd number at table. A fragment of the log is occasionally saved and put under a bed, to remain till next Christmas. It secures the house from fire. A small piece of it thrown into a fire occurring at the house of a neighbour will quell the raging flame. A piece of the candle should likewise be kept to ensure good luck. In the 17th century, as we learn from some verses of Herrick, the English custom was to light the Yule log with a fragment of its predecessor, which had to be kept throughout the year for the purpose. Where it was so kept, the fiend could do no mischief. Indeed, the practice of preserving a piece of the Yule log of 1 year to light that the next was observed by at least one family at Cheddar in Staffordshire down to the latter part of the 19th century. The Yule log in the north of England. In the north of England, farm servants used to lay by a large knotty block of wood for the Christmas fire, and so long as the block lasted they were entitled by custom to ale at their meals. The log was as large as the hearth could hold. At Belford in Northumberland, the lord of the manor sends round to every house on the afternoon of Christmas Eve the Yule logs, 4 or 5 large logs to be burnt on Christmas Eve and Day. This old custom has always, I am told, been kept up here. The Yule log in Yorkshire. The custom of burning the Yule log at Christmas used to be observed in Wensleydale and other parts of Yorkshire, and prudent housewives carefully preserved pieces of the log throughout the year. At Whitby the portions so kept were stowed away under the bed till next Christmas, when they were burnt with the new log. In the interval they were believed to protect the house from conflagration, and if one of them were thrown into the fire it would quell a raging storm. The practice and belief was similar at Falaise on the coast of Yorkshire, where besides the Yule log a tall Yule candle was lit on the same evening. In the West Riding, while the log blazed cheerfully, the people quaffed their ale and sang "Yule, Yule," a pack of new cards and a Christmas stool. The Yule log in Lincolnshire. At Clee in Lincolnshire, when Christmas Eve has come, the Yule cake is duly cut and the Yule log lit, and I know of some even middle-class houses where the new log must always rest upon and be lighted by the old one, a small portion of which has been carefully stored away to preserve a continuity of light and heat. The Yule log in Warwickshire, Shropshire and Herefordshire. At the village of Woolton Waven in Warwickshire, down to 1759 at least, the Yule block, as it was called, was drawn into the house by a horse on Christmas Eve, as a foundation for the fire on Christmas Day, and according to the superstition of those times for the 12 days following, as the said block was not to be entirely reduced to ashes till that time had passed by. As late as 1830 or thereabout, the scene of lighting the hearth fire on Christmas Eve to continue burning throughout the Christmas season might have been witnessed in the secluded and beautiful hill country of West Shropshire, from Chirbury and Worthing to Pulverback and Pontisbury. The Christmas brand, or brund, as they called it, was a great trunk of seasoned oak, holly, yew, or crabtree, drawn by horses to the farmhouse door, and thence rolled by means of rollers and levers to the back of the wide open hearth, where the fire was made up in front of it. The embers were raked up to it every night, and it was carefully tended, that it might not go out during the whole Christmas season. All those days no light might be struck, given, or borrowed. Such was a custom at Worthing in the early part of the 19th century. In Herefordshire the Christmas feast lasted for 12 days, and no work was done. All houses were, and are now, decorated with sprigs of holly and ivy, which must not be brought in until Christmas Eve. A Yule log as large as the open hearth could accommodate was brought into the kitchen of each farmhouse, and smaller ones were used in the cottages. W.P. said he had seen a tree drawn into the kitchen at Kingstone Grange years ago by 2 cart horses. When it had been consumed, a small portion was carefully kept to be used for lighting next year's log. Mother always kept it very carefully. She said it was lucky, and kept the house from fire and from lightning. It seems to have been the general practice to light it on Christmas Eve. The Yule log in Wales. In many parts of Wales it is still customary to keep part of the Yule log until the following Christmas Eve for luck. It is then put into the fireplace and burnt, but before it is consumed the new log is put on, and thus the old fire and the new burn together. In some families this is done from force of habit, and they cannot now tell why they do it. But in the past the observance of this custom was to keep witches away, and doubtless was a survival of fire worship. The Yule log in Servia. But nowhere apparently in Europe is the old heathen ritual of the Yule log preserved to the present day more perfectly than in Servia. The cutting of the oak tree to form the Yule log. At early dawn on Christmas Eve, Badnia done, every peasant house sends 2 of its strongest young men to the nearest forest to cut down a young oak tree and bring it home. There, after offering up a short prayer or crossing themselves thrice, they throw a handful of wheat on the chosen oak and greet it with the words, "Happy Bandia Day to you." Then they cut it down, taking care that it shall fall towards the east at the moment when the sun's orb appears over the rim of the eastern horizon. Should the tree fall towards the west, it would be the worst possible omen for the house and its inmates in the ensuing year, and it is also an evil omen if the tree should be caught and stopped in its fall by another tree. It is important to keep and carry home the first chip from the fallen oak. The trunk is sawn into 2 or 3 logs, one of them rather longer than the others. A flat, unleavened cake of the purest wheaten flour is brought out of the house and broken on the larger of the logs by a woman. The logs are left for the present to stand outside, leaning on one of the walls of the house. Each of them is called a Yule log, Badinyak. Prayers to Kulida. Meanwhile, the children and young people go from house to house singing special songs called Kulida, because of an old pagan divinity Kulida, who is invoked in every line. In one of them she is spoken of as a beautiful little maid. In another she is implored to make the cows yield milk abundantly. The day is spent in busy preparations. The women bake little cakes of a special sort in the shape of lambs, pigs, and chickens. The men make ready a pig for roasting, for in every Serbian house roast pig is the principal dish at Christmas. A bundle of straw tied with a rope is brought into the courtyard and left to stand there near the Yule logs. The bringing in of the Yule log. At the moment when the sun is setting, all the members of the family assemble in the central hall, the great family kitchen of the principal house. The mother of the family, or the wife of the chief of the Setruga, gives a pair of woolen gloves to one of the young men, who goes out and presently returns carrying in his gloved hands the largest of the logs. The mother receives him at the threshold, throwing at him a handful of wheat, in which the first chip of the oak tree cut in the early morning for the Yule log has been kept all day. Entering the central hall with the Yule log, the young man greets all present with the words, "Good evening, and may you have a happy Christmas," and they all answer in chorus, "May God and the happy and holy Christmas help thee." In some parts of Serbia, the chief of the family, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, greets the Yule log as if it were a living person, and drinks to its health. After that, another glass of red wine is poured on the log. Then the oldest male member of the family, assisted by the young man who brought in the log, places it on the burning fire so that the thicker end of the log protrudes for about a foot from the hearth. In some places this end is smeared with honey. The ceremony with the straw. Next, the mother of the family brings in the bundle of straw which was left standing outside. All the young children arrange themselves behind her in a row. She then walks slowly round the hall and the adjoining rooms, throwing handfuls of straw on the floor and imitating the cackling of a hen, while all the children follow her, peeping with their lips, as if they were chickens cheeping and waddling after the mother bird. When the floor is well strewn with straw, the father or the eldest member of the family throws a few walnuts in every corner of the hall, pronouncing the words, "In the name of God the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. Amen." The Yule candle. A large pot or a small wooden box filled with wheat is placed high in the east corner of the hall, and a tall candle of yellow wax is stuck in the middle of the wheat. Then the father of the family reverently lights the candle, and prays God to bless the family with health and happiness. The fields with the good harvest, the beehives with plenty of honey, the cattle and sheep with young, and the cows with abundant milk and rich cream. After that they all sit down to supper, squatting on the floor, for the use of chairs and tables is forbidden on this occasion. By 4 o'clock next morning, Christmas Day, the whole village is astir. Indeed, most people do not sleep at all that night. It is deemed most important to keep the Yule log burning brightly all night long. The roast pig. Very early too, the pig is laid on the fire to roast. At the same moment, one of the family goes out into the yard and fires a pistol or gun, and when the roast pig is removed from the fire, the shot is repeated. Hence for several hours in the early morning of Christmas Day, such a popping and banging of firearms goes on that a stranger might think a stubborn skirmish was in progress. The drawing of the water. Just before the sun rises, a girl goes and draws water at the village spring or at the brook. Before she fills her vessels, she wishes the water a happy Christmas and throws a handful of wheat into it. The first cupfuls of water she brings home are used to bake a special Christmas cake, chesnitza, of which all the members partake at dinner, and portions are kept for absent relatives. A small silver coin is baked in the cake, and he or she who gets it will be lucky during the year. The Christmas Visitor, Polesnik. All the family gathered round the blazing Yule log now anxiously expect the arrival of the special Christmas visitor who bears the title of Polesnik. He is usually a young boy of a friendly family. No other person, not even the priest or the mayor of the village, would be allowed to set foot in the house before the arrival of this important personage. Therefore he ought to come, and generally does come, very early in the morning. He carries a woolen glove full of wheat, and when the door is opened at his knock, he throws handfuls of wheat on the family gathered round the hearth, greeting them with the words, "Christ is born." They all answer, "He is born indeed," and the hostess flings a handful of wheat over the Christmas visitor, who moreover casts some of his wheat into the corners of the hall, as well as upon the people. Then he walks straight to the hearth, takes a shovel and strikes the burning log, so that a cloud of sparks flies up the chimney, while he says, "May you have this year so many oxen, so many horses, so many sheep, so many pigs, so many beehives full of honey, so much good luck, prosperity, progress, and happiness." Having uttered these good wishes, he embraces and kisses his host. Then he turns again to the earth, and after crossing himself falls on his knees and kisses the projecting part of the Yule log. On rising to his feet, he places a coin on the log as his gift. Meanwhile, a low wooden chair has been brought in by a woman, and the visitor is led to it to take his seat. But just as he is about to do so, the chair is jerked away from under him by a male member of the family, and he measures his length on the floor. By this fall he is supposed to fix into the ground all the good wishes which he has uttered that morning. The hostess thereupon wraps him in a thick blanket, and he sits quietly muffled in it for a few minutes, the thick blanket in which he has swathed is believed, on the principles of homeopathic magic, to ensure that the cows will give thick cream the next year. While he sits thus enriching the milk of the dairy, the lads who are to herd the sheep in the coming year go to the hearth and kneeling down before it kiss each other across the projecting end of the Yule log. By this demonstration of affection they are thought to seal the love of the ewes for their lambs. The Yule log among the Servians of Slavonia. The ritual of the Yule log is observed in a similar form by the Servians who inhabit the southern provinces of Austria. Thus in Sirmia, a district of Slavonia which borders on Serbia, the head of the house sends out 1 or 2 young men on Christmas Eve to cut the Yule log in the nearest forest. On being brought in, the log is not mixed with the ordinary fuel, but placed by itself, generally leaning against a fruit tree till the evening shadows begin to fall. When a man carries it into the kitchen and lays it on the fire, the master of the house throws corn over him, and the two greet each other solemnly, the one saying, "Christ is born," the other answering, "He is born indeed." Later in the evening, the master of the house pours a glass of wine on the charred end of the log, whereupon one of the younger men takes the burnt piece of wood, carries it to the orchard, and sets it up against one of the fruit trees. For this service he is rewarded by the master of the house with a piece of money. The Christmas Visitor, Polesnik. On Christmas Day, when the family is assembled at table, they expect the arrival of the special Christmas visitor, called Polesnik, the only person who is allowed to enter the house that day. When he comes, he goes to the hearth, stirs the fire with a poker, and says, "Christ is born. May the family enjoy all good luck and happiness in this year. May the cattle increase in number like the sparks I have struck." As he says these words, the mistress of the house pours corn over him and leads him to the parlour, where he takes the place of honour beside the master of the house. He is treated with marked attention and respect. The family are at pains to entertain him. They sing their best songs for his amusement, and after midnight, A numerous band of men and maidens escorts him by torchlight with songs and jubilation to his own house. The Yule log among the Servians of Dalmatia, Herzegovina, and Montenegro. Among the Servians of Dalmatia, Herzegovina, and Montenegro, it is customary on Christmas Eve, Badnja Dan, to fetch a great Yule log, Badnjak, which serves as a symbol of family luck. It is generally cut from an evergreen oak, but sometimes from an olive tree or a beech. At nightfall, the master of the house himself brings in the log and lays it on the fire. Then he and all present bare their heads, sprinkle the log with wine, and make a cross on it. After that, the master of the house says, "Welcome, O log, may God keep you from mishap." So saying, he strews peas, maize, raisins, and wheat on the log, praying for God's blessing on all members of the family living and dead, for heaven's blessing on their undertakings, and for domestic prosperity. In Montenegro, they meet the log with a loaf of bread and a jug of wine, drink to it and pour wine on it, whereupon the whole family drinks out of the same beaker. In Dalmatia and other places, for example in Rizano, the Yule logs are decked by young women with red silk, flowers, laurel leaves, ribbons, and even gold wire, and the lights near the doorsteps are kindled when the log is brought into the house. Among the more lax, as soon as the master of the house crosses the threshold with the Yule log, one of the family must sprinkle corn on him and say, "God bless you," to which he answers, "The same to you." Apace the log is kept till New Year's Day to kindle a light with, or it is carried out to the fields to protect them from hail. It is customary to invite beforehand a Christmas visitor, Polazniak, and to admit no one else to the house on that day. He comes early, carrying in his sleeves a quantity of corn, which he throws into the house, saying, "Christ is born." One of the household replies, "He is born indeed," and throws corn on the visitor. Then the newcomer goes up to the hearth, pokes the fire, and strikes the burning log with the poker so hard that sparks fly off in all directions. At each blow he says, "I wish the family as many cows, calves, sucking pigs, goats, and sheep, and as many strokes of good luck as the sparks that now fly from the log." With these words he throws some small coins into the ashes. The Yule log in Albania. In Albania, down to recent years, it was a common custom to burn a Yule log at Christmas, and with it corn, maize, and beans. Moreover, wine and rakia were poured on the flames, and the ashes of the fire were scattered on the fields to make them fertile. The Huzuls, a Slavonic people of the Carpathians, kindle fire by the friction of wood on Christmas Eve, old style, the 5th of January, and keep it burning till 12th night. Belief that the Yule log protects against fire and lightning. It is remarkable how common the belief appears to have been that the remains of the Yule log, if kept throughout the year, had power to protect the house against fire and especially against lightning. As the Yule log was frequently of oak, it seems possible that this belief may be a relic of the old Aryan creed which associated the oak tree with the god of thunder. Whether the curative and fertilizing virtues ascribed to the ashes of the Yule log, which are supposed to heal cattle, as well as men, to enable cows to calve, and to promote the fruitfulness of the earth, may not be derived from the same ancient source, is a question which deserves to be considered. Public celebrations of the fire festival at midwinter. Thus far we have regarded only the private or domestic celebration of the fire festival at midwinter. The public celebration of such rites at that season of the year appears to have been rare and exceptional in Central and Northern Europe. The bonfire on Christmas Eve at Sogne in Thuringia. However, some instances are on record. Thus at Sogne in Thuringia, down to the second half of the 19th century, young people used to kindle a great bonfire on the Antonis mountain every year on Christmas Eve. Neither the civil nor the ecclesiastical authorities were able to suppress the celebration, nor could the cold, rain, and snow of the season damp or chill the enthusiasm of the celebrants. For some time before Christmas, the young men and boys were busy building a foundation for the bonfire on the top of the mountain, where the oldest church of the village used to stand. The foundation consisted of a pyramidal structure composed of stones, turf, and moss. When Christmas Eve came round, a strong pole, with bundles of brushwood tied to it, was erected on the pyramid. The young folk also provided themselves with poles to which old brooms or faggots of shavings were attached. These were to serve as torches. When the evening grew dark and the church bells rang to service, the troop of lads ascended the mountain. As soon as the top of the glare of the bonfire lit up the darkness and the sound of a hymn broke the stillness of night. In a circle round the great fire, lesser fires were kindled, and last of all the lads ran about swinging their lighted torches till these twinkling points of fire, moving down the mountainside, went out one by one in the darkness. At midnight the bells rang out from the church tower, mingled with the blast of horns and the sound of singing. Feasting and revelry were kept up throughout the night, and in the morning young and old went to early mass to be edified by hearing of the light eternal. Bonfires on Christmas Eve in Normandy. In the bocage of Normandy, the peasants used to repair, often from a distance of miles, to the churches to hear the midnight mass on Christmas Eve. They marched in procession by torchlight, chanting Christmas carols, and the fitful illumination of the woods, the hedges, and the fields as they moved through the darkness presented a succession of picturesque scenes. Mention is also made of bonfires kindled on the heights. The custom is said to have been observed at Athis, near Conde, down to recent years. Bonfires on St. Thomas's Day in the Isle of Man. In the Isle of Man, on the 21st of December, a day dedicated to St. Thomas, the people went to the mountains to catch deer and sheep for Christmas, and in the evenings always kindled a large fire on the top of every vingan, or cliff. Hence, at the time of casting peats, everyone laid aside a large one, saying, Fayed moer, moini son oil fingan. That is, a large turf for Finnegan Eve. The burning of the clave at Burghead on the last day of December. At Burghead, an ancient village on the southern shore of the Moray Firth, about 9 miles from the town of Elgin, a festival of fire called the Burning of the Clave has been celebrated from time immemorial on Hogmanay, the last day of December. A tar barrel is sawn in two. One half of it is set on the top of a stout pole and filled with tar and other combustibles. A half barrel is fastened to the pole by means of a long nail which is made for the purpose and furnished gratuitously by the village blacksmith. The nail must be knocked in with a stone. The use of a hammer is forbidden. When the shades of evening have begun to fall, the clave, as it is called, is set on fire by means of a burning peat, which is always fetched from the same house. It may not be kindled with a match. As soon as it is in a blaze, it is shouldered by a man, who proceeds to carry it at a run, flaring and dripping melted tar, round the old boundaries of the village. The modern part of the town is not included in the circuit. Close at his heels follow a motley crowd, cheering and shouting. One bearer leaves another as each wearies of his burden. The first to shoulder the clave, which is esteemed in honour, is usually a man who has been lately married. Should the bearer stumble or fall, it is deemed a very ill omen for him and for the village. In bygone times it was thought necessary that one man should carry it all round the village, hence the strongest man was chosen for the purpose. Moreover, it was customary to carry the burning clave round every fishing boat and vessel in the harbour, but this part of the ceremony was afterwards discontinued. Finally, the blazing tar barrel is borne to a small hill, called the Duri, which rises near the northern end of the promontory. Here the pole is fixed into a socket in a pillar of freestone, and fresh fuel is heaped upon the flames, which flare up higher and brighter than ever. Formerly the clave was allowed to burn here the whole night, but now, after blazing for about half an hour, it is lifted from the socket and thrown down the western slope of the hill. Then the crowd rushes upon it, demolishes it, and scrambles for the burning, smoking embers, which they carry home and carefully preserve as charms to protect them against witchcraft and misfortune. The old rampart at Burghead. The great antiquity of Burghead, where this curious and no doubt ancient festival is still annually observed, appears from the remains of a very remarkable rampart which formerly encircled the place. It consists of a mound of earth faced on both sides with a solid wall of stone, and strengthened internally by oak beams and planks, the whole being laid on a foundation of boulders. The style of the rampart agrees in general with Caesar's description of the mode in which the Gauls constructed their walls of earth, stone, and logs, and resembles the ruins of Gallic fortifications which have been discovered in France, though it is said to surpass them in the strength and solidity of its structure. No similar walls appear to be known in Britain. A great part of this interesting prehistoric fortress was barbarously destroyed in the early part of the 19th century, much of it being tumbled into the sea, and many of the stones used to build the harbour piers. Procession with burning tar barrels on Christmas Eve, old style, at Lerwick. In Lerwick, the capital of the Shetland Islands, on Christmas Eve the 4th of January, for the old style is still observed, the children go a-guising. That is to say, they disguise themselves in the most fantastic and gaudy costumes, parade the streets, and infest the houses and shops, begging for the wherewithal to carry on their Christmas amusements. 1 o'clock on Yule morning having struck, the young men turn out in large numbers, dressed in the coarsest of garments, and the double quick march drag huge tar barrels through the town, shouting and cheering as they go, or blowing loud blasts with their louder horns. The tar barrels simply consist of several, say from 4 to 8, tubs filled with tar and chips, placed on a platform of wood. It is dragged by means of a chain, to which scores of jubilant youths readily yoke themselves. They have recently been described by the worthy burgh officer of Lerwick as fiery chariots, the effect of which is truly grand and terrific. In a Christmas morning the dark streets of Lerwick are generally lighted up by the bright glare, and its atmosphere blackened by the dense smoke of 6 or 8 tar barrels in succession. On the appearance of daybreak at 6 a.m., the morning revellers put off their coarse garments, well begrimed by this time, and in their turn become guisards. They assume every imaginable form of costume, those of soldiers, sailors, Highlanders, Spanish, Cavaliers, etc. Thus disguised, they either go in pairs, as man and wife, or in larger groups, and proceed to call on their friends, to wish them the compliments of the season. Formerly, these adolescent guisards used to seat themselves in crates, and accompanied by fiddlers, were dragged through the town. Persian Festival of Fire at the winter solstice. The Persians used to celebrate a festival of fire called Sada or Caesar at the winter solstice. On the longest night of the year they kindled bonfires everywhere, and kings and princes tied dry grass to the feet of birds and animals, set fire to the grass, and then let the birds and beasts fly or run blazing through the air or over the fields and mountains, so that the whole air and earth appeared to be on fire. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Golden Bough, Study of Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 8. 8. The Need Fire. European festivals of fire in seasons of distress and calamity. The fire festivals hitherto discovered are all celebrated periodically at certain stated times of the year. But besides these regularly recurring celebrations, the peasants in many parts of Europe have been wont from time immemorial to resort to a ritual of fire at regular intervals in seasons of distress and calamity, above all when their cattle were attacked by epidemic disease. No account of the popular European fire festivals would be complete without some notice of these remarkable rites, which have all the greater claim on our attention because they may perhaps be regarded as the source and origin of all the other fire festivals. Certainly they must date from a very remote antiquity. The Need Fire. The general name by which they are known among the Teutonic peoples is Need Fire. The Need Fire in the Middle Ages. The history of the Need Fire can be traced back to the early Middle Ages. From the reign of Pippin, king of the Franks, the practice of kindling need fires was denounced as a heathen superstition by a synod of prelates and nobles held under the presidency of Boniface, Archbishop of Mainz. Not long afterwards the custom was again forbidden, along with many more relics of expiring paganism. in an index of superstitions and heathenish observances, which has been usually referred to the year 743 AD, though some scholars assign it to a later date under the reign of Charlemagne. In Germany, the need fires would seem to have been popular down to the second half of the 19th century. The need fire at Neustadt in 1598. Thus in the year 1598, when a fatal cattle plague was raging at Neustadt, near Marburg, a wise man of the name of Johann Kohler induced the authorities of the town to adopt the following remedy. A new wagon wheel was taken and twirled round an axle which had never been used before, until the friction elicited fire. With this fire a bonfire was next kindled between the gates of the town, and all the cattle were driven through the smoke and flames. Moreover, every householder had to rekindle the fire on his hearth by means of a light taken from the bonfire. Strange to say, this salutary measure had no effect whatever in staying the cattle plague, as 7 years later the sapient John Kohler himself was burnt as a witch. The farmers whose pigs and cows had derived no benefit from the need fire perhaps assisted as spectators at the burning, and while they shook their heads, agreed among themselves that it served John Kohler perfectly right. According to a writer who published his book about 9 years afterwards, some of the Germans, especially in the Wasgau Mountains, confidently believed that a cattle plague could be stayed by driving the animals through a need fire which had been kindled by the violent friction of a pole on a quantity of dry oak wood. But it was a necessary condition of success that all fires in the village should previously be extinguished with water, and any householder who failed to put out his fire was heavily fined. Method of kindling the need fire. The method of kindling the need fire is described as follows by a writer towards the end of the 17th century. When an evil plague has broken out among the cattle, large and small, all the herds have thereby suffered great ravages. The peasants resolved to light a need fire. On a day appointed there must be no single flame in any house nor on any hearth. From every house a quantity of straw and water and underwood must be brought forth. Then a strong oaken pole is fixed firmly in the earth, a hole is bored in it, and a wooden winch, well smeared with pitch and tar, is inserted in the hole and turned round forcibly to a great heat, and then fire is generated. The fire so produced is caught in fuel and fed with straw, heath, and underwood, till it bursts out into a regular need fire, which must then be somewhat spread out between walls or fences, and the cattle and horses driven through it twice or thrice with sticks and whips. Others set up 2 posts, each with a hole in it, and insert a winch, along with old greasy rags in the holes. Others use a thick rope, collect 9 kinds of wood, and keep them in violent motion till the fire leaps forth. Perhaps there may be other ways of generating or kindling this fire, but they are all directed simply to the cure of the cattle. After passing twice or thrice through the fire, the cattle are driven to their stalls or to pasture, and the heap of wood that had been collected is destroyed. But in some places, every householder must take with him a brand, extinguish it with a washing tub or trough, and put it in the manger where the cattle are fed, where it must lie for some time. The poles that were used to make the need fire, together with the wood that was employed as a winch, are sometimes burned with the rest of the fuel, sometimes carefully preserved after the cattle have been thrice driven through the flames. The mode of kindling the need fire about Hildesheim. Sometimes the need fire was known as the wildfire, to distinguish it, no doubt, from the tame fire produced by more ordinary methods. The following is Grimm's account of the mode of kindling it, which prevailed in some parts of central Germany, particularly about Hildesheim, down apparently to the first half of the 19th century. In many places of Lower Saxony, especially among the mountains, the custom prevails of preparing the so-called wildfire for the purpose of preventing cattle plague, and through it first the pigs, then the cows, and last of all the geese are driven. The proceedings on this occasion are as follows. The principal farmers and parishioners assemble, and notice is served to every inhabitant to extinguish entirely all fire in his house, so that not even a spark remains alight in the whole village. Then young and old repair to a road in a hollow, usually towards evening, the women carrying linen, and the men wood and towel. 2 oaken poles are driven into the ground about 1.5 feet from each other, Each pole has, in the side facing the other, a socket into which a cross piece as thick as a man's arm is fitted. The sockets are stuffed with linen, and the cross piece is rammed in as tight as possible, while the poles are bound together at the top by ropes. A rope is wound about the round, smooth cross piece, and the free ends of the rope at both sides are gripped by several persons, who pull the cross piece to and fro with the utmost rapidity, till through the friction the linen in the sockets takes fire. The sparks in the linen are immediately caught in tow or oakum, and waved about in a circle until they burst into a bright glow, when straw is applied to it, and the flaming straw used to kindle the brushwood, which has been stacked in piles in the hollow way. Then this wood has blazed up, and the fire has nearly died out again. The people hasten to the herds, which have been waiting in the background, and drive them forcibly, one after the other, through the glow. As soon as all the beasts are through, the young folk rush wildly at the ashes and cinders, sprinkling and blackening each other with them. Those who have been most sprinkled and blackened march in triumph behind the cattle into the village, and do not wash themselves for a long time. If after long rubbing the linen should not catch fire, they guess that there is still fire somewhere in the village. Then a strict search is made from house to house, any fire that may be found is put out, and the household is punished or upbraided. The wildfire must be made by prolonged friction. It may not be struck with flint and steel. Some villages do not prepare it yearly as a preventive of cattle plague, but only kindle it when the disease is actually broken out. In the Halberstadt district, the ends of the rope which was used to make the crosspiece revolve in the sockets had to be pulled by two chaste young men. The mode of kindling the need fire in the Mark. In the Mark down to the first half of the 19th century, the practice was similar. We read that, in many parts of the Mark, there still prevails on certain occasions the custom of kindling a need fire. It happens particularly when a farmer has sick pigs. 2 posts of dry wood are planted in the earth amid solemn silence before the sun rises, and around these posts hempen ropes are pulled to and fro till the wood kindles, whereupon the fire is fed with dry leaves and twigs, and the sick beasts are driven through it. In some places the fire is produced by the friction of an old cartwheel. The mode of kindling the need fire in Mecklenburg. In Mecklenburg, the need fire used to be lighted by the friction of a rope round about an oaken pole, or by rubbing 2 boards against each other, and by being thus elicited, the flame was fed with wood of 7 kinds. The practice was forbidden by Gustavus Adolphus, Duke of Mecklenburg, in 1682, but the prohibition apparently had little effect, for down to the end of the 18th century the custom was so common that the inhabitants even of large towns made no scruple of resorting to it. For example, in the month of July 1792, sickness broke out among the cattle belonging to the town of Sternberg. Some of the beasts died suddenly, and so the people resolved to drive all the survivors through a need fire. On the 10th day of July, the magistrates issued a proclamation announcing that next morning before sunrise, a need fire would be kindled for the behoof of all the cattle of the town, and warning all the inhabitants against lighting fires in their kitchens at evening. So next morning, very early, about 2 o'clock, nearly the whole population was astir, and having assembled outside one of the gates of the town, they helped to drive the timid cattle, not without much ado, through 3 separate need fires, after which they dispersed to their homes in the unalterable conviction that they had rescued the cattle from destruction. But to make assurance doubly sure, they deemed it advisable to administer the rest of the ashes as a bolus to the animals. However, some people in Mecklenburg used to strew the ashes of the need fire on fields for the purpose of protecting the crops against vermin. As late as June 1868, a traveller in Mecklenburg saw a couple of peasants sweating away at a rope, which they are pulling backwards and forwards so as to make a tarry roller revolve with great speed in the socket of an upright post. Asked what they were about, they vouchsafed no reply, but an old woman who appeared on the scene from a neighbouring cottage was more communicative. In the fullness of her heart, she confided to the stranger that her pigs were sick, and the 2 taciturn bumpkins were her sons, who were busy extracting a need fire from the roller, and that, when they succeeded, the flame would be used to ignite the heap of rags and brushwood through which the ailing swine would be driven. She further explained that the persons who kindled a need fire should always be two brothers, or at least bear the same Christian name. The mode of kindling the need fire in Hanover. In the summer of 1828, there was much sickness among the pigs and the cows of Edis, a village near Meinersen, in the south of Hanover. When all ordinary measures to arrest the malady failed, the farmers met in solemn conclave on the village green and determined the next morning there should be a need fire. Thereupon the head man of the village sent word from house to house that the following day nobody should kindle a fire before sunrise, and that everybody should stand by ready to drive out the cattle. The same afternoon all the necessary preparations were made for giving effect to the decision of the collective wisdom. A narrow street was enclosed with planks, and the village carpenter set to work at the machinery of kindling the fire. He took 2 posts of oak wood, bored a hole about 3 inches deep and broad in each, and set the 2 poles upon facing each other at a distance of about 2 feet. Then he fitted a roller of oak wood into the 2 holes of the posts, so that it formed a cross piece between them. About 2 o'clock next morning, every householder brought a bundle of straw and brushwood and laid it down across the street in a prescribed order. The sturdiest swains who could be found were chosen to make the need fire. For this purpose a long hempen rope was wound twice round the oaken roller in the oaken posts. The pivots were well smeared with pitch and tar. A bundle of tow and other tinder was laid close at hand, and all was ready. The stalwart clodhoppers now seized the 2 ends of the rope and went to work with a will. Puffs of smoke soon issued from the sockets, but to the consternation of the bystanders, not a spark of fire could be elicited. Some people openly declared their suspicion that some rascal had not put out the fire in his house, when suddenly the tinder burst into flames. The cloud passed away from all faces. The fire was applied to the heaps of fuel, and when the flames had somewhat died down, the herds were forcibly driven through the fire, first the pigs, next the cows, and last of all the horses. The herdsmen then drove the beasts to pasture, and persons whose faith in the efficiency of the need fire was particularly robust carried home brands. The mode of kindling the need fire in the Harz Mountains. Again at a village near Quedlinburg, in the Harz Mountains, it was resolved to put a herd of 6 swine through the need fire. Hearing of this intention, the superintendent of Quedlinburg hurried to the spot and has described for us what he saw. The beadles went from house to house to see that there was no fire in any house, for it is well known that should there be common fire burning in a house, the need fire will not kindle. The men made their rounds very early in the morning to make quite sure that all the lights were out. At 2 o'clock, a night light was still burning in the parsonage, and this was of course a hindrance to the need fire. The peasants knocked at the window and earnestly entreated that the night light might be extinguished. But the parson's wife refused to put the light out. It still glimmered at the window, and the darkness outside the angry rustics vowed that the parson's pigs should get no benefit of the need fire. However, as good luck would have it, just as the morning broke, the night light went out of itself, and the hopes of the people revived. From every house bundles of straw, towel, faggots, and so forth were now carried to feed the bonfire. The noise and the cheerful bustle were such that you might have thought that all were hurrying to witness a public execution. Outside the village, between 2 garden walls, an oaken post had been driven into the ground, and a hole bored through it. In the hole a wooden winch, smeared with tar, was inserted, and made to revolve with such force and rapidity that fire and smoke and time issued from the socket. The collected fuel was then thrown upon the fire, and soon a great blaze shot up. The pigs were now driven into the upper end of the street. As soon as they saw the fire, they turned tail, but the peasants drove them through with shrieks and shouts and lashes of whips. At the other end of the street there was another crowd waiting, who chased the swine back through the fire a second time. Then the other crowd repeated the maneuver, and the herd of swine was driven for the 3rd time through the smoke and flames. That was the end of the performance. Many pigs were scorched so severely that they gave up the ghost. The bonfire was broken up, and every householder took home with him a brand, which he washed in the water barrel and laid for some time as a treasure of great price in the manger from which the cattle were fed. But the parson's wife had reason bitterly to repent her folly in refusing to put out the night light, for not one of her pigs was driven through the need fire, so they died. The mode of kindling the need fire in Brunswick. In Brunswick also, the need fire is known to have been repeatedly kindled during the 19th century. After driving the pigs through the fire, which was kindled by the friction of wood, some people took brands home, dipped them in water, and then gave the water to the pigs to drink, no doubt for the purpose of inoculating them still more effectually with the precious virtue of the need fire. In the villages of the Drumling district, everybody who bore a hand in kindling the wildfire must have the same Christian name, otherwise they laboured in vain. The fire was produced by the friction of a rope round the beams of a door. The bread, corn, and old boots contributed their mites to swell the blaze through which the pigs, as usual, were driven. In one place apparently, not far from Wolfenbüttel, the need fire is said to have been kindled, contrary to custom, by the smith striking a spark from the cold anvil. At Gandersheim, down to about the beginning of the 19th century, the need fire was lit in the common way by causing a crossbar to revolve rapidly on its axis between two upright posts. The rope which produced the revolution of the bar had to be new, but it was, if possible, woven from threads taken from a gallows rope, with which people had been hanged. While the need fire was being kindled in this fashion, every other fire in the town had to be put out. Search was made through the houses, and any fire discovered to be burning was extinguished. If in spite of every precaution no flame could be elicited by the friction of the rope, the failure was set down to witchcraft, but if the efforts were successful, a bonfire was lit with the new fire, and when the flames had died down, the sick swine were driven thrice through the glowing embers. On the lower Rhine, the need fire is said to have been kindled by the friction of oak wood on fir wood, all fires in the village having been previously extinguished. The bonfires so kindled were composed of wood of 9 different sorts. There were 3 such bonfires, and the cattle were driven round them with great gravity and devotion. The mode of kindling the need fire in Silesia and Bohemia. In Silesia also, need fires were often employed for the purpose of curing a moraine or preventing its spread. While all other lights with the boundaries were extinguished, the new fire was produced by the friction of 9 kinds of wood, and the flame so obtained was used to kindle heaps of brushwood or straw to which every inhabitant had contributed. Through these fires, the cattle, both sick and sound, were driven in the confident expectation that thereby the sick would be healed and the sound saved from sickness. When plague breaks out among the herds at Dobischwald, in Austrian Silesia, a splinter of wood is chipped from the threshold of every house. The cattle are driven to a crossroad, and there a tree growing at the boundary is felled by a pair of twin brothers. The wood of the tree and the splinters from the thresholds furnish the fuel of a bonfire, which is kindled by the rubbing of 2 pieces of wood together. When the bonfire is ablaze, the horns of the cattle are pared, and the parings thrown into the flames, after which the animals are driven through the fire. This is believed to guard the herd against the plague. The Germans of Western Bohemia resort to similar measures for staying a moraine. You set up a post, bore a hole in it, and insert in the hole a stick, which you have first of all smeared with pitch and wrapped in inflammable stuffs. Then you wind a rope round the stick and give the 2 ends of the rope to 2 persons who must either be brothers or have the same baptismal name. They haul the rope backwards and forwards so as to make the tarred stick revolve rapidly till the rope first smokes and then emits sparks. The sparks are used to kindle a bonfire, through which the cattle are driven in the usual way. And as usual, no other fire may burn in the village while the need fire is being kindled, for otherwise the rope could not possibly be ignited. In Upper Austria, sick pigs are reported to have been driven through the need fire about the beginning of the 19th century. The use of the need fire in Switzerland. The need fire is still in use in some parts of Switzerland, but it seems to have degenerated into a children's game, and to be employed rather for the dispersal of a mist than for the prevention or cure of cattle plague. In some cantons it goes by the name of mist healing, while in others it is called butter churning. On a misty or rainy day, a number of children will shut themselves up in a stable or byre and proceed to make fire for the purpose of improving the weather. The way in which they make it is this. A boy places a board against his breast, takes a peg pointing at both ends, and setting one end of the peg against the board of his breast, presses the other end firmly against the second board, the surface of which has been flaked into a nap. A string is tied round the peg, and the two other boys pull it to and fro till through the rapid motion of the point of the peg a hole is burnt in the flaked board, to which tow or dry moss is then applied as a tinder. In this way fire and smoke are elicited, and with their appearance the children fancy that the mist will vanish. We may conjecture that this method of dispersing a mist, which is now left to children, was formerly practised in all seriousness by grown men in Switzerland. It is thus that religious or magical rites dwindle away into the sports of children. In the canton of the Grisons, there is still in common use an imprecation, "Mist, go away, or I'll kill you," which points to an old custom of burning up the fog with fire. A longer form of the curse lingers in the Vallée des Bagnes of the Canton Valais. It runs thus: "Mist, mist, fly, fly, or Sumiter will come with a sheaf of straw to burn your guts, a great log of wood to smash your brow, and an iron chain to drag you to hell." The mode of kindling the need fire in Sweden and Norway. In Sweden, the need fire is called, from the mode of its production, either vrid eld, turned fire, or need eld, rubbed fire. Down to the end of the 18th century, the need fire was kindled, as in Germany, by the violent rubbing of two pieces of wood against each other. Sometimes 9 different kinds of wood were used for the purpose. The smoke of the fire was deemed salutary. Fruit trees and nets were fumigated with it in order that the trees might bear fruit and the nets catch fish. Cattle were also driven through the smoke. In Sundal, a narrow Norwegian valley shut in on both sides by precipitous mountains, there lived down to the second half of the 19th century an old man who was very superstitious. He set salmon traps in the river Driva, which traverses the valley, and he caught many fish both in spring and autumn. The need fire is a protection against witchcraft. When his fishing went wrong, he kindled Nord, need fire, or Nideld, rubbed fire, friction fire, to counteract the witchcraft, which he believed to be the cause of his bad luck. He set up 2 planks near each other, bored a hole in each, inserted a pointed rod in the holes, and twisted a long cord around the rod. Then he pulled the cord so as to make the rod revolve rapidly. Thus, by reason of the friction, he at last drew fire from the wood. That contented him, for he believed that the witchery was thus rendered powerless, and that good luck in his fishing was now ensured. The need fire among the Slavonic peoples. Slavonic peoples hold the need fire in high esteem. They call it living fire, and attribute to it a healing virtue. The ascription of medicinal power to fire kindled by the friction of wood is said to be especially characteristic of the Slavs who inhabit the Carpathian Mountains and the Balkan Peninsula. The mode in which they produce the need fire differs somewhat in different places. Thus, in the Shar Mountains of Serbia, the task is entrusted to a boy and a girl between 11 and 14 years of age. They are led into a perfectly dark room, and having stripped themselves naked, kindle the fire by rubbing 2 rollers of lime wood against each other, till the friction produces sparks, which are caught in tinder. The Serbs of Western Macedonia drive 2 oaken posts into the ground, bore a round hole in the upper ends of each, insert a roller of lime wood in the holes, and set it revolving rapidly by means of a cord, which is looped round the roller and worked by a bow. Elsewhere, the roller is put in motion by 2 men, who hold each one end of the cord and pull it backwards and forwards forcibly between them. Bulgarian shepherds sometimes kindle the need fire by drawing a prism-shaped piece of lime wood to and fro across the flat surface of a tree stump in the forest. By the neighbourhood of Kustendil in Bulgaria, the need fire is kindled by the friction of 2 pieces of oak wood, and the cattle are driven through it. The need fire in Russia and Poland. In many districts of Russia also, living fire is made by the friction of wood on St. John's Day, and the herds are driven through it. and the people leap over it in the conviction that their health is thereby assured. When a cattle plague is raging, the fire is produced by rubbing 2 pieces of oak wood against each other, and it is used to kindle the lamps before the holy pictures and the censers in the churches. Thus it appears that in Russia, the need fire is kindled for the sake of the cattle periodically, as well as on special emergencies. Similarly, in Poland, the peasants are said to kindle fires in the village streets on St. Rochus's Day and drive the cattle through them, in order to protect the animals against the murrain. The fire is produced by rubbing a pole of poplar wood on the plank of poplar or fir wood and catching the sparks in tow. The embers are carried home to be used as remedies in sickness. The need fire in Slavonia. As practiced in Slavonia, the custom of the need fire used to present some interesting features, which are best described in the words of an eyewitness. In the year 1833, I came for the first time as a young merchant to Slavonia. It was to Gaj that I went, in the Pozega district. The time was autumn, and it chanced that a cattle plague was raging in the neighbourhood, which inflicted much loss on the people. The peasants believed that the plague was a woman, an evil spirit, Kuja, who was destroying the cattle, so they sought to banish her. I had then occasion to observe the proceedings in the villages of Gaj, Kokenjevak, Brezna, and Berkinza. Towards evening, the whole population of the village was busy laying a ring of brushwood round the boundaries of the village. All fires were extinguished throughout the village. Then pairs of men in several places took pieces of wood, which had been specially prepared for the purpose, and rubbed them together till they emitted sparks. The sparks were allowed to fall on tinder and fanned into a flame, with which the dry brushwood was kindled. Thus the fire burned all round the village. The peasants persuaded themselves that thereupon Kuja must take her departure. The need fire in Servia. This last account leaves no doubt as to the significance of the need fire in the minds of Slavonian peasantry. They regard it simply as a barrier interposed between their cattle and the evil spirit, which prowls like a hungry wolf round the fold and can, like a wolf, be kept at bay by fire. The same interpretation of the need fire comes out, hardly less clearly, in the account which another writer gives of a ceremony witnessed by him at the village of Sogne, at the foot of the Homolgi Mountains in the great forest of Servia. An epidemic was raging among the children, and the need fire was resorted to as a means of staying the plague. It was produced by an old man and an old woman in the first of the ways described above. That is, they made it in the dark by rubbing 2 sticks of lime wood against each other. Before the healing virtue of the fire was applied to the inhabitants of the village, 2 old women performed the following ceremony. Both bore the name of Stena, from the verb stati, to remain standing. For the ceremony could not be successfully performed by persons of any other name. One of them carried a copper kettle full of water, the other an old house lock with the key. Thus equipped, they repaired to a spot outside the village, and there the old dame with the kettle asked the old dame with the lock, "Whither away?" And the other answered her, "I came to shut the village against ill luck." With that she locked the lock, and threw it with the key into the kettle of water. Then they marched thrice round the village, repeating the ceremony of the lock and key at each round. Meantime all the villagers, arrayed in their best clothes, were assembled in an open place. All the fires in the houses had been previously extinguished. 2 sturdy yokels now dug a tunnel through a mound beside an oak tree. The tunnel was just high enough to let a man creep through it on all 4s. 2 fires lit by the need fire were now laid, one on each end of the tunnel, and the old woman with the kettle took her stand at the entrance of the tunnel, while the other one with the lock posted itself at the exit. Facing the latter stood another woman with a great pot of milk before her, and on the other side was set a pot full of melted swine's fat. All was now ready. The villagers thereupon crawled through the tunnel on hands and knees, one behind the other. Each, as he emerged from the tunnel, received a spoonful of milk from the woman and looked at his face reflected in the pot of melted swine's fat. Then another woman made a cross with a piece of charcoal on his back. When all the inhabitants had thus crept through the tunnel and been doctored at the other end, each took some glowing embers home with him in a pot wherewith to rekindle the fire on the domestic hearth. Lastly, they put some of the charcoal in a vessel of water and drank the mixture in order to be thereby magically protected against the epidemic. It would be superfluous to point out in detail how admirably these measures are calculated to arrest the ravages of disease, but for the sake of those, if there are any, to whom the medicinal effect of crawling through a hole on hands and knees is not at once apparent, I shall merely say that the procedure in question is one of the most powerful specifics which the wit of man has devised for maladies of all sorts. Ample evidence of its application will be adduced in the latter part of this work. The need fire in Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, the herds suffer much from the raids of certain blood-sucking vampires called ustrels. An ustrel is the spirit of a Christian child who was born on a Saturday and died unfortunately before he could be baptized. On the 9th day after burial, he grubs his way out of the grave and attacks the cattle at once, sucking their blood all night and returning at peep of dawn to the grave to rest from his labours. In 10 days or so, the copious draughts of blood which he has swallowed have so fortified his constitution that he can undertake longer journeys. So when he falls in with great herds of cattle or flocks of sheep, he returns no more to the grave for rest and refreshment at night, but takes up his quarters during the day either between the horns of a sturdy calf or ram, or between the hind legs of a milch cow. Beasts whose blood he has sucked die the same night. In any herd he may fasten on, he begins with the fattest animal and works his way down steadily through the leaner kin till not one single beast is left alive. The carcasses of the victims swell up, and when the hide is stripped off, you can always perceive the livid patch of flesh where the monster sucked the blood of the poor creature. In a single night, he may, by working hard, kill 5 cows, but he seldom exceeds that number. He can change his shape and weight very easily. For example, when he is sitting by day between the horns of a ram, the animal scarcely feels his weight, but at night he will sometimes throw himself on an ox or a cow so heavily that the animal cannot stir, and low so pitifully that it would make your heart bleed to hear. People who were born on a Saturday can see these monsters, and they have described them accurately, so that there can be no doubt whatever about their existence. It is therefore a matter of great importance to the peasant to protect his flocks and herds against the ravages of such dangerous vampires. The way in which he does so is this. On a Saturday morning before sunrise, the village drummer gives the signal to put out every fire in the village. Even smoking is forbidden. Next, all the domestic animals, with the exception of fowls, geese and ducks, are driven out into the open. In front of the flocks and herds march 2 men, whose names during the ceremony may not be mentioned in the village. They go into the wood, pick 2 dry branches, and having stripped themselves of their clothes, they rub the 2 branches together very hard till they catch fire. Then with the fire so obtained they kindle 2 bonfires, one on each side of a cross-road, which is known to be frequented by wolves. After that the herd is driven between the 2 fires. Coals from the bonfires are then taken back to the village and used to rekindle the fires on the domestic hearths. For several days no one may go near the charred and blackened remains of the bonfires at the crossroad. The reason is that the vampire is laying there, having dropped from his seat between the cow's horns when the animals were driven between the 2 fires. So if any one were to pass by the spot during these days, the monster will be sure to call him by name and to follow him to the village. Whereas, if he is left alone, a wolf will come at midnight and strangle him, and in a few days the herdsman can see the ground soaked with his slimy blood. So that is the end of the vampire. In this Bulgarian custom, as in the Slavonian custom described above, the conception of the need fire as a barrier set up between the cattle and a dangerous spirit is clearly worked out. The spirit rides the cow till he comes to the narrow pass between the 2 fires, and the heat there is too much for him. He drops in a faint from the saddle, or rather from the horns, and the now riderless animal escapes safe and sound beyond the smoke and flame, leaving her persecutor prostrate on the ground on the further side of the blessed barrier. The need fire in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are some local differences in the mode of kindling the need fire, or living fire as it is called. Thus at Jablanica, both the uprights and the roller or crosspiece, which by its revolution kindles the fire, are made of Cornell tree wood, whereas at Dolac, near Sarajevo, the uprights and the crosspiece or roller are all made of lime wood. In Gecko, contrary to the usual custom, the fire is made by striking a piece of iron on an anvil till sparks are given out, which are caught in tinder. The living fire thus produced is employed for purposes of healing. In particular, if anyone suffers from wounds or sores, ashes of the need fire are sprinkled on the ailing part. In Gecko, it is also believed that if a pregnant woman witnessed a conflagration, her child will either be born with a red eruption on its skin or will contract the malady sooner or later afterwards. The only remedy consists in ashes of the need fire, which are mixed with water and given to the child to drink. The need fire in England. In England, the earliest notice of the need fire seems to be contained in the Chronicle of Lanercost for the year 1268. The annalist tells with pious horror how, when an epidemic was raging in that year among the cattle, certain beastly men, monks in garb but not in mind, taught the idiots of their country to make fire by the friction of wood and to set up an image of Priapus, whereby they thought to succour the animals. The use of the need fire is particularly attested for the countries of Yorkshire and Northumberland. The need fire in Yorkshire. Thus in Yorkshire, down to the middle of the 18th century, the favourite remedy of the country people, not only in the way of cure but of prevention, was an odd one. It was to smoke the cattle almost to suffocation by kindling straw, litter, and other combustible matter about them. The effects of this mode of cure are not stated, but the most singular part of it was that by which it was reported to have been discovered. An angel, says the legend, descended into Yorkshire, and there set a large tree on fire, the strange appearance of which, or else the savour of the smoke, incited the cattle around, some of which were infected, to draw near the miracle, when they all either received an immediate cure or an absolute prevention of the disorder. It is not affirmed that the angel was said to speak to anybody, but only that he left a written direction for the neighbouring people to catch this supernatural fire, and to communicate from it one to another with all possible speed throughout the country, and in case it should be extinguished and utterly lost, that then new fire of equal virtue might be obtained, not by any common method, but by rubbing two pieces of wood together till they ignited. Upon what foundation the story stood is not exactly known, but it put the farmers actually into a hurry of communicating flame and smoke from one house to another with wonderful speed, making a run like wildfire over the country. Again we read that the father of the writer who died in 1843, in his 79th year, had a perfect remembrance of a great number of persons, belonging to the upper and middle classes of his native parish of Bowes, assembling on the banks of the river Greta to work for need fire. A disease among cattle called the murrain then prevailed to a very great extent through that district of Yorkshire. The cattle were made to pass through the smoke raised by this miraculous fire, that their cure was looked upon as certain, and to neglect doing so was looked upon as wicked. This fire was produced by the violent and continued friction of two dry pieces of wood until some time, as it was thereby obtained. To work as though one was working for need fire is a common proverb in the north of England. At Ingleton, a small town nestling picturesquely at the foot of the high hill of Ingleborough in western Yorkshire, within the last 30 years or so, it was a common practice to kindle the so-called need fire by rubbing two pieces of wood briskly together and setting ablaze a large heap of sticks and brushwood, which were dispersed, and cattle then driven through the smoking brands. This was thought to act as a charm against the spread or development of the various ailments to which cattle are liable, and the farmers seem to have had great faith in it. Written about the middle of the 19th century, Campbell tells us that the oil fire, or need fire, had been used in Devonshire for the purpose of staying a murrain within the memory of man. The need fire in Northumberland. So in Northumberland, down to the first half of the 19th century, when a contagious disease enters among cattle, the fires are extinguished in the adjacent villages. Two pieces of dried wood are then rubbed together until fire be produced. With this a quantity of straw is kindled, juniper is thrown to the flame, and the cattle are repeatedly driven through the smoke. Part of the forced fire is sent to the neighbours, who again forward it to others, and as great expedition is used, the fires may be seen blazing over a great extent of country in a very short space of time. It is strange, says the antiquary William Henderson, writing about 1866, to find the custom of lighting need fires on the occasion of epidemics among cattle still lingering among us, but so it is. The vicar of Stamfordham writes thus respecting it: when the murrain broke out among the cattle about 18 years ago, this fire was produced by rubbing 2 pieces of dry wood together, and was carried from place to place all through this district, as a charm against cattle taking the disease. Bonfires were kindled with it, and the cattle driven into the smoke, where they were left for some time. Many farmers hereabouts, I am informed, had the need fire. Martin's account of the need fire in the Highlands of Scotland. In the earliest systematic account of the Western Islands of Scotland, we read that the inhabitants here did also make use of a fire called tin egin, i.e. a forced fire, or fire of necessity, which they used as an antidote against the plague or murrain in cattle, and it was performed thus. All the fires in the parish were extinguished, and then 81 married men, being thought the necessary number for effecting this design, took 2 great planks of wood, and 9 of them were employed by turns, who by their repeated efforts rubbed one of their planks against the other until the heat thereof produced fire, and from this forced fire each family is supplied with new fire, which is no sooner kindled than a pot full of water is quickly set on it, and afterwards sprinkled upon the people infected with the plague, or upon the cattle that have the murrain. And this they will say they find successful by experience. It was practised in the mainland opposite to the south of Skye within these 30 years. The need fire in the island of Mull. In the island of Mull, one of the largest of the Hebrides, the need fire was kindled as late as 1767. In consequence of disease among the black cattle, the people agreed to perform an incantation, though they esteemed it a wicked thing. They carried to the top of Carnmore a wheel and 9 spindles of oak wood. They extinguished every fire in every house within sight of the hill. The wheel was then turned from east to west over the 9 spindles long enough to produce fire by friction. If the fire were not produced before noon, the incantation lost its effect. They failed for several days running. They attributed this failure to the obstinacy of one householder, who would not let his fires be put out for what he considered so wrong a purpose. However, by bribing his servants, they continued to have them extinguished, and on that morning raised their fire. Sacrifice of a heifer. They then sacrificed a heifer, cutting in pieces and burning, while yet alive, the diseased part. They then lighted their own hearths from the pile, and ended by feasting on the remains. Words of incantation were repeated by an old man from Morven, who came over as master of the ceremonies, and who continued speaking all the time the fire was being raised. This man was living a beggar at Bellocorry. Asked to repeat the spell, he said the sin of repeating it once had brought him to beggary, and that he dared not say those words again. The whole country believed him accursed. From this account we see that in Mull the kindling of the need fire as a remedy for cattle disease was accompanied by a sacrifice of one of the diseased animals, and though the 2 customs are for the most part mentioned separately by our authorities, we may surmise that they were often, perhaps usually, practised together for the purpose of checking the ravages of sickness in the herds. The need fire in Caithness. In the county of Caithness, forming the extreme northeast corner of the mainland of Scotland, the practice of the need fire survived down at least to about 1788. We read that, in those days, when the stock of any considerable farmer was seized with the murrain, he would send for one of the charmed doctors to superintend the raising of a need fire. It was done by friction. Thus, upon any small island, where the stream of a river or burn ran on each side, a circular booth was erected, of stone and turf, as it could be had, in which a semicircular or highland couple of birch, or other hard wood, was set, and, in short, a roof closed on it. A straight pole was set up in the centre of this building, the upper end fixed by a wooden pin to the top of the couple, and the lower end in the oblong trink in the earth or floor. And lastly, another pole was set across horizontally, having both ends tapered, one end of which was supported in a hole in the side of the perpendicular pole, and the other in a similar hole in the couple leg. The horizontal stick was called the auger, having 4 short arms or levers fixed in its centre to work it by. The building having been thus finished, many men as could be collected in the vicinity, being divested of all kinds of metal in their clothes, etc., would set to work with the said auger, 2 after 2, constantly turning around by the arms or levers, and others occasionally driving wedges of wood or stone behind the lower end of the upright pole, so as to press it the more on the end of the auger. By this constant friction and pressure, the ends of the auger would take fire, from which a fire would be instantly kindled, and thus the need fire would be accomplished. The fire in the farmer's house, etc., was immediately quenched with water. A fire kindled from this need fire, both in the farmhouses and offices, and the cattle brought to feel the smoke of this new and sacred fire, which preserved them from the murrain. The need fire in Caithness. The last recorded case of the need fire in Caithness happened in 1809 or 1810. At Houstrey, Dunbeath, a crofter named David Gunn had made for himself a kail yard, and in doing so wilfully encroached on one of those prehistoric ruins called botches, which the people of the neighbourhood believed to be a fairy habitation. Soon afterwards the murrain broke out among the cattle of the district, and carried off many beasts, so the wise men put their heads together and resolved to light a tín again, or need fire, as the best way of stopping the plague. They cut a branch from a tree in a neighbouring wood, stripped it of bark, and carried it to a small island in the Houstrey burn. Every fire in the district having been quenched, new fire was made by the friction of wood in the island, and from this sacred flame all the hearths of the houses were lit afresh. One of the sticks used in making the fire was preserved down to about the end of the 19th century. Apparently the mode of operation was the one known as a fire drill. A pointed stick was twirled in a hole made in another stick till fire was elicited by the friction. Another account of the need fire in the Highlands. Another account of the use of need fire in the Highlands of Scotland runs as follows. When by the neglect of the prescribed safeguards against witchcraft, the seeds of iniquity have taken root, and a person's means of decaying in consequence, the only alternative, in this case, is to resort to that grand remedy, the tín Enoch, or forlorn fire, which seldom fails of being productive of the best effects. The cure for witchcraft, called tín Enoch, is wrought in the following manner. A consultation being held by the unhappy sufferer and his friends as the most advisable measures of effecting a cure. If this process is adopted, notice is privately communicated to all those householders who reside within the nearest of 2 running streams, to extinguish their lights and fires on some appointed morning. On its being ascertained that this notice has been duly observed, a spinning wheel, or some other convenient instrument calculated to produce fire by friction, is set to work with the most furious earnestness by the unfortunate sufferer, and all who wish well to his cause. Relieving each other by turns, they drive on with such persevering diligence that at length the spindle of the wheel, ignited by excessive friction, emits forlorn fire in abundance, which by the application of tow, or some other combustible material, is widely extended over the whole neighbourhood. Communicating the fire to the tow communicates it to a candle, the candle to a fir torch, the torch to a cart full of peats, which the master of the ceremonies, with pious ejaculations for the success of the experiment, distributes to messengers, who will proceed with portions of it to the different houses within the said 2 running streams, to kindle the different fires. By the influence of this operation, the machinations and spells of witchcraft are rendered null and void. Alexander Carmichael's account of the need fire in the Highlands of Scotland during the 19th century. In various parts of the Highlands of Scotland, the need fire was still kindled during the first half of the 19th century, as we learn from the following account. Tín again, need fire, forced fire, fire produced by the friction of wood or iron against wood. The fire of purification was kindled from the need fire, while the domestic fire on the hearth was rekindled from the purification fire on the knoll. Among other names, the purification fire was called the tín Beulil, fire of Beul, and Tien Mor Beulil, great fire of Beul. The fire of Beul was divided into two fires between which people and cattle rushed astrally for purposes of purification. The ordeal was trying, as may be inferred from phrases still current. Is Tidua Sogne Tien Tidua Beul? Hotter is this than the hot fire of Beul. Replying to his grandchild, an old man in Lewis said, Mary, Sogne, it were worse for me to do that for thee than to go between the two great fires of Beul. The need fire was resorted to in imminent or actual calamity upon the first day of the quarter, and to ensure success in great or important events. The need fire in Iran. The writer conversed with several persons who saw the need fire made and who joined in the ceremony. As mentioned elsewhere, a woman in Iran said that her father and the other men of the townland made the need fire on the knoll on La Boudel Beltane, yellow day of Beltane. They fed the fire from Quel Mor Cornaith coin, great bundles of sacred faggots brought to the knoll on Beltane Eve. When the sacred fire became kindled, the people rushed home and brought their herds and drove them through and round the fire of purification, to sain them from the Banna Butchstish nor Nick Crefane, Mac Crefane, the great ark which Mac Crawford, now Crawford. That was in the second decade of this century. The need fire in North Erst. John MacPhail, Middle Quarter, North Erst, said that the last occasion on which the need fire was made in North Erst was Beleidhuna and Tisnechta Buid, the year of the yellow snow, 1829. The snow lay so deep and remained so long on the ground that it became yellow. Some suggest that the snow was originally yellow, as snow is occasionally red. This extraordinary continuance of snow caused much wanton suffering throughout the Isles. The people of North Erst extinguished their own fires and generated purification fire at Sail Darak, Solas. The fire was produced from an oak log by rapidly boring with an auger. This was accomplished by the exertion of Neoi, Noenir, Cade, Ginelak Mac, the 9 nines of first begotten sons. From the need fire produced on the knoll, the people of the parish obtained fire for their dwellings. Many cults and ceremonies were observed on the occasion, cults and ceremonies which pagan and Christian beliefs intermingled. Sail Darak, oak log, obtained its name from the log of oak for the need fire being there. A fragment of this log, riddled with auger holes, marks a grave of Clad Segelor, the burying ground of Segelor in the neighbourhood. The need fire in Ray Sutherland. Mr. Alexander Mackay, Edinburgh, a native of Ray Sutherland, says, My father was a skipper of a fishing crew. Before beginning operations for the season, the crew of the boat met at night in our house to settle accounts for the past and to plan operations for the new season. My mother and the rest of us were sent to bed. I lay in the kitchen and was listening and watching, though they thought I was asleep. After the men had settled their past affairs and future plans, they put out the fire on the hearth, not a spark being allowed to live. They then rubbed 2 pieces of wood one against another so rapidly as to produce fire, the men joining one after the other and working with the utmost energy and never allowing the friction to relax. From this friction fire they rekindled the fire on the hearth, from which all the men present carried away a kindling to their own homes. Whether their success was due to their skill, their industry, their perseverance, or to the need fire, I do not know, but I know that they were much the most successful crew in the place. They met on Saturday and went to church on Sunday like the good men and the good Christians they were, a little of their pagan faith mingling with their Christian belief. I have reason to believe that other crews in the place, as well as my father's crew, practiced the need fire. A man at Helmsdale, Sutherland, saw the Tien Egin made in his boyhood. The need fire was made in North Erst about the year 1829, in Iran about 1820, in Helmsdale about 1818, in Ray about 1830. The Beltane fire is a precaution against witchcraft. From the foregoing account we learned that in Iran the annual Beltane fire was regularly made by the friction of wood, and that it was used to protect men and cattle against a great witch. When we remember that Beltane Eve, or the eve of May Day, Walpurgis Night, is a great witching time of the year throughout Europe, we may surmise that wherever bonfires have been ceremonially kindled on that day, it has been done simply as a precaution against witchcraft. Indeed, this motive is expressly alleged not only in Scotland but in Wales, the Isle of Man, and many parts of Central Europe. It deserves further to be noticed that in North East the wood used to kindle the need fire was oak, and that the 9 times 9 men by whose exertions the flames was elicited were all firstborn sons. Apparently the firstborn son of a family was thought to be endowed with more magical virtue than his younger brothers. Similarly, in the Punjab, the supernatural power ascribed to the firstborn is not due to his being unlucky, but the idea underlying the belief system is that being the first product of the parents, he inherits the spiritual powers or magnetism in a high degree. The success of such persons in stopping rain and hail and in stupefying snakes is proverbial. It is believed that a first child born with feet forward can cure backache by kicking the patient in the back on a crossing. The need fire in Aberdeenshire. In the northeast of Aberdeenshire and the neighbourhood, when the cattle disease known as the quarter ill broke out, the muckle wheel was set in motion and turned till fire was produced. From this virgin flame fires were kindled in the byres. At the same time, if neighbours requested the favour, live coals were given them to kindle fires for the purification of their homesteads and turning off the disease. Fumigating the byres with juniper was a method adopted to ward off disease. Such a fire was called need fire. The kindling of it came under the censure of the presbytery at times. The need fire in Perthshire. In Perthshire, the need fire was kindled as a remedy for cattle disease as late as 1826. A wealthy old farmer, having lost several of his cattle by some disease very prevalent at present, had been able to account for it in no way, so nationally as by witchcraft, had recourse to the following remedy, recommended to him by a weird sister in his neighbourhood, as an effectual protection from the attacks of the foul fiend. A few stones were piled together in the barnyard, and wood coals having been laid thereon, the fuel was ignited by wheel fire, that is, fire obtained by friction. The neighbours having been called in to witness the solemnity, the cattle were made to pass through the flames, in the order of their dignity and age, commencing with the horses and ending with the swine. The ceremony having been duly and decorously gone through, a neighbouring farmer observed to the enlightened owner of the herd that he, along with his family, ought to have followed the example of the cattle, and the sacrifice to Baal would have been complete. The need fire in Ireland. In County Leitrim, Ireland, in order to prevent fever from spreading, all the fires on the townland, and the 2 adjoining, one on each side, would be put out. Then the men of the 3 townlands would come to one house and get 2 large blocks of wood. One would be set in the ground, and the other one, fitted with 2 handles, placed on the top of it. The men would then draw the upper block backwards and forwards over the lower until fire was produced by friction, and from this the fires would be lighted again. This would prevent the fever from spreading. The use of the need fire, a relic of a time when all fires were kindled by the friction of wood. Thus it appears that in many parts of Europe it has been customary to kindle fire by the friction of wood for the purpose of curing or preventing the spread of disease, particularly among cattle. The mode of striking a light by rubbing 2 dry sticks against each other is the one to which all over the world savages have most commonly resorted to for the sake of providing themselves with fire. And we can scarcely doubt that the practice of kindling the need fire in this primitive fashion is merely a survival from the time when our savage forefathers lit all their fires in that way. Nothing is so conservative of old customs as religious or magical ritual, which invests these relics of the past with an atmosphere of mysterious virtue and sanctity. To the educated mind it seems obvious that a fire which a man kindles with the sweat of his brow by laboriously rubbing one stick against each other can possess neither more nor less virtue than one which he has struck in a moment by the friction of a lucifer match. But to the ignorant and superstitious this truth is far from apparent, and accordingly they take infinite pains to do in a roundabout way what they might have done directly with the greatest ease, and what, even when it is done, is of no use whatever for the purpose in hand. A vast proportion of the labour which mankind has expended through the ages has been no better spent. It has been like the stone of Sisyphus eternally rolled up hill, only to revolve eternally down again, or like the water poured forever by the Danaids into broken pitchers, which it could never fill. The belief that the need fire cannot kindle if any other fire remains alight in the neighbourhood. The curious notion that the need fire cannot kindle if any other fire remains alight in the neighbourhood seems to imply that fire is conceived as a unity which is broken up into fractions and consequently weakened in exact proportion to the number of places where it burns. Hence, in order to obtain it at full strength, you must light it only at a single point, for then the flame will burst out with the concentrated energy derived from the tributary fires which burned on all the extinguished hearths of the country. So in a modern city, if all the gas were turned off simultaneously at all the burners but one, the flame would no doubt blaze at that one burner, with a fierceness such as no single burner could show when all are burning at the same time. The analogy may help us to understand the process of reasoning which leads the peasantry to insist on the extinction of all common fires when the need fire is about to be kindled. Perhaps, too, it may partially explain that ceremonial extinction of all old fires on other occasions, which is often required by custom as a preliminary to the lighting of a new and sacred fire. We have seen that in the Highlands of Scotland all common fires were extinguished on the eve of May Day as a preparation for kindling the Beltane bonfire by friction next morning, and no doubt the reason for the extinction was the same as in the case of the need fire. Indeed, we may assume with a fair degree of probability that the need fire was the parent of the periodic fire festivals, at first invoked only at irregular intervals to cure certain evils as they occurred. The powerful virtue of fire was afterwards employed at regular intervals to prevent the occurrence of the same evils, as well as to remedy such as had actually arisen. The need fire among the Iroquois of North America. The need fire of Europe has its parallel in a ceremony which used to be observed by the Iroquois Indians of North America. Formerly, when an epidemic prevailed among the Iroquois, despite the efforts to stay it, it was customary for the principal shaman to order the fires in every cabin to be extinguished, and the ashes and cinders to be carefully removed, for it was believed that the pestilence was sent as a punishment for neglecting to rekindle new fire, or because of the manner in which the fire then in use had been kindled. So, after all the fires were out, 2 suitable logs of slippery elm, or masfalva, were provided for the new fire. One of the logs was 6 to 8 inches in diameter and from 8 to 10 feet long. The other was from 10 to 12 inches in diameter and about 10 feet long. About midway across the larger log a cuneiform notch, or cut about 6 inches deep, was made, and in the wedge-shaped notch punk was placed. The other log was drawn rapidly to and fro in the cut by 4 strong men chosen for the purpose until the punk was ignited by the friction thus produced. Before and during the progress of the work of igniting the fire, the shaman votively sprinkled tirhu and v, real tobacco, several times into the cuneiform notch, and offered earnest prayers to the fire god, beseeching him to aid, to bless, and to redeem the people from their calamities. The ignited punk was used to light a large bonfire, and then the head of every family was required to take home new fire to rekindle a fire in his or her fireplace. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe. Part 9. 9. The Sacrifice of an Animal to Stay a Cattle Plague. The burnt sacrifice of a calf in England and Wales. Sometimes apparently in England as well as in Scotland, the kindling of a need fire was accompanied by the sacrifice of a calf. Thus in Northamptonshire, at some time during the first half of the 19th century, Miss C and her cousin walking saw a fire in a field and a crowd round it. They said, "What is the matter?" "Killing a calf." "What for?" "To stop the murrain." They went away as quickly as possible. On speaking to the clergyman, he made inquiries. The people did not like to talk of the affair, but it appeared that when there was a disease among the cows or the calves are born sickly, they sacrifice, i.e. kill and burn, one for good luck. It is not here said that the fire was a neat fire of which indeed the two horrified ladies had probably never heard, but the analogy of the parallel custom in wool renders it probable that in Northamptonshire also the fire was kindled by the friction of wood, and that the calf or some part of it was burned in the fire. Certainly the practice of burning a single animal alive in order to save all the others would seem to have been not uncommon in England down to the 19th century. Thus a farmer of Cornwall, about the year 1800, having lost many cattle by disease, and tried many remedies in vain, consulted with some of his neighbours, and laying their heads together, they recalled to their recollections a tale, which tradition had handed down from remote antiquity, that the calamity would not cease until he had actually burned alive the finest calf which he had upon his farm, but that, when the sacrifice was made, the murrain would afflict his cattle no more. Accordingly, on a day appointed, they met, lighted a large fire, and placed the best calf in it, and standing round the blazing pile, drove the animal with pitchforks back into the flames whenever it attempted to escape. Thus the victim was burned alive to save the rest of the cattle. There can be no doubt but that a belief prevailed until a very recent period amongst the small farmers in the districts remote from towns in Cornwall that a living sacrifice appeased the wrath of God. This sacrifice must be by fire, and I have heard it argued that the Bible gave them warranty for this belief. While correcting these sheets, I am informed of two recent instances of this superstition. One of them was the sacrifice of a calf by a farmer near Portheath for the purpose of removing a disease which had long followed his horses and his cows. The other was the burning of a living lamb, to save, as the farmer said, his flocks from spells which had been cast on them. In a recent account of the fire festivals of Wales, we read that, "I have also heard my grandfather and father say that in times gone by the people would throw a calf in the fire when there was any disease among the herds. The same would be done with the sheep if there was anything the matter with a flock. I can remember myself seeing cattle being driven between two fires to stop the disease spreading. When in latter times it was not considered humane to drive the cattle between the fires, the herdsmen were accustomed to force the animals over the wood ashes to protect them against various ailments." Writing about 1866, the antiquary W. Henderson says that a live ox was burnt near Holtwhistle in Northumberland only 20 years ago to stop a murrain. Burnt sacrifice of a pig in Scotland. About the year 1850, disease broke out among the cattle of a small farm in the parish of Risoles, Black Isle, Rossshire. The farmer prevailed on his wife to undertake a journey to a wise woman of renown in Bathshire, to ask a charm against the effect of the ill-e. The long journey of upwards of 50 miles was performed by the good wife, and the charm was got. One chief thing ordered was to burn to death a pig, and sprinkle the ashes over the byre and other farm buildings. This order was carried out, except that the pig was killed before it was burned. A more terrible sacrifice was made at times. One of the diseased animals was rubbed over with tar, driven forth, set on fire, and allowed to run till it fell down and died. Living animals had been burnt alive and sacrificed within memory to avert the loss of other stock. The burial of 3 puppies, Brandeis-wise, in a field is supposed to rid it of weeds. Throughout the rural districts of Devon, witchcraft is an article of current faith, and the toad is thrown into the flames as an emissary of the evil one. The calf is burned in order to break a spell which has been cast on the herd. But why, we may ask, should the burning alive of a calf or a sheep be supposed to save the rest of the herd or the flock from the murrain? According to one writer, as we have seen, the burnt sacrifice was thought to appease the wrath of God. The idea of appeasing the wrath of a ferocious deity by burning an animal alive is probably no more than a theological gloss put on an old heathen rite. It would hardly occur to the simple mind of an English bumpkin, who, though he may be stupid, is not naturally cruel, and does not conceive of a divinity who takes delight in the contemplation of suffering. To his thinking, that God has little or nothing to do with the murrain, but witches, ill-wishers, and fairies have a great deal to do with it. The English farmer who burned one of his lambs alive said that he did to save his flocks from spells which had been cast on them, and the Scotch farmer who was bidden to burn a pig alive for a similar purpose, but who had the humanity to kill the animal first, believed that this was a remedy for the evil eye which had been cast upon his beasts. Again we read that a farmer who possessed broad acres and who was in many respects a sensible man was greatly annoyed to find that his cattle became diseased in the spring. Nothing could satisfy him but that they were bewitched, and he was resolved to find out the person who had cast the evil eye on his oxen. According to an anciently prescribed rule, the farmer took one of his bullocks and bled it to death, catching all the blood in bundles of straw. The bloody straw was then piled into a heap and set on fire. Burning with a vast quantity of smoke, the farmer expected to see the witch, either in reality or in shadow amidst the smoke. Such reasons expressed the real beliefs of the peasants. Cattle, like human beings, were exposed to the influences of the evil eye, of forespeaking, and of the casting of evil. Witches and warlocks did the work of evil among their neighbours' cattle, if their anger had been aroused in any way. The fairies often wrought injury amongst cattle. Every animal that died suddenly was killed by the dart of the fairies, or in the language of the people, was shot dead. Flint arrows and spearheads went by the name of fairy darts. When an animal died suddenly, the canny woman of the district was sent for to search for the fairy dirt, and in due course she found one, to the great satisfaction of the owner of the dead animal. Mode in which the burning of a bewitched animal is supposed to break the spell. But how, we must still ask, can burning an animal alive break the spell that has been cast upon its fellow by a witch or warlock? Some light is thrown on the question by the following account of measures which rustic wiseacres in Suffolk are said to have adopted as a remedy for witchcraft. A woman I knew 43 years had been employed by my predecessor to take care of his poultry. At the time I came to make her acquaintance, she was a bedridden, toothless crone, with chin and nose all but meeting. She did not discourage in her neighbours the idea that she knew more than people ought to know, and had more power than others had. Many years before I knew her, it happened one spring that the ducks, which were a part of her charge, failed to lay eggs. She at once took it for granted that the ducks had been bewitched. This misbelief involved very shocking consequences, for it necessitated the idea that so diabolical an act could only be combated by diabolical cruelty. And the most diabolical act of cruelty she could imagine was that of baking alive in a hot oven one of the ducks. And that was what she did. The sequence of thought in her mind was that the spell that had been laid on the ducks was that of preternaturally wicked willfulness, that this spell could only be broken through intensity of suffering, in this case death by burning, and the intensity of suffering would break the spell in one roasted to death, and that the spell broken in one would be altogether broken, that is, in all the ducks. Shocking, however, as was this method of exercising the ducks, there was nothing in it original. Just about 100 years before, everyone in the town and neighbourhood of Ipswich had heard, and many had believed, that a witch had been burnt to death in her own house at Ipswich by the process of burning alive one of the sheep she had bewitched. It was curious, but it was convincing as curious, that the hands and feet of this witch were the only parts of her that had not been incinerated. This, however, was satisfactorily explained by the fact that the 4 feet of the sheep, by which it had been suspended over the fire, had not been destroyed in the flames that had consumed its body. According to a slightly different account of the same tragic incident, the last of the Ipswich witches, one Grace Pett, laid her hand heavily on a farmer's sheep, who, in order to punish her, fastened one of the sheep in the ground and burnt it, except the feet which were under the earth. The next morning Grace Pett was found burnt to a cinder, except her feet. Her fate is recorded in the Philosophical Transactions as a case of spontaneous combustion. In burning the bewitched animal, you burn the witch herself. This last anecdote is instructive, if perhaps not strictly authentic. It shows that in burning alive one of a bewitched flock or herd, what you really do is to burn the witch, who is either actually incarnate in the animal, or perhaps more probably stands in a relation of sympathy with it so close as almost to amount to identity. Hence, if you burn the creature to ashes, you utterly destroy the witch and thereby save the whole of the rest of the flock or herd from her abominable machinations, whereas if you only partially burn the animal, allowing some parts of it to escape the flames, the witch is only half-baked, and her power for mischief may be hardly, if at all, impaired by the grilling. We can now see that in such matters half measures are useless. To kill the animal first and burn it afterwards is a weak compromise, dictated no doubt by a well-meant but utterly mistaken kindness. It is like shuttering the stable door when the steed is stolen, for obviously by leaving the animal's, and therefore the witch's, body nearly intact at the moment of death, it allows her soul to escape and return safe and sound to her own human body, which at the time is probably lying quietly at home in bed. And the same train of reasoning that justifies the burning alive of bewitched animals justifies and indeed requires the burning alive of the witches themselves. It is really the only way of destroying them, body and soul, and therefore of thoroughly extirpating the whole infernal crew. Practice of burning cattle and sheep as sacrifices in the Isle of Man. In the Isle of Man, the practice of burning cattle alive in order to stop a murrain seems to have persisted down to a time within living memory. On this subject I will quote the evidence collected by Sir John Rice. A respectable farmer from Andreas told me that he was driving with his wife to the neighbouring parish of Jerby some years ago, and that on the way they beheld the carcass of a cow or an ox burning in a field, with a woman engaged in stirring the fire. On reaching the village to which they were going, they found that the burning beast belonged to a farmer whom they knew. They were further told that it was no wonder that the said farmer had one of his cattle burnt, as several of them had recently died. Whether this was a case of sacrifice or not, I cannot say, but let me give you another instance. A man whom I have already mentioned saw at a farm near the centre of the island a live calf being burnt. The owner bears an English name, but his family has long been settled in Man. The farmer's explanation to my informant was that the calf was burnt to secure luck for the rest of her herd, some of which were threatening to die. My informant thought there was absolutely nothing the matter with them, except that they had too little to eat, but that, as it may be, the one calf was sacrificed as a burnt offering to secure luck for the rest of the cattle. Let me here also quote Mr. Moore's note in his Manx Surnames, page 184, on the place named Cabal yn Urau Lost, or the Chapel of the Burnt Sacrifice. This name, he says, records a circumstance which took place in the 19th century, but which, it is to be hoped, was never customary in the Isle of Man. A farmer who had lost a number of his sheep and cattle by murrain burned a calf as a propitiatory offering to the deity on this spot, where a chapel was afterwards built, hence the name. Particulars, I may say, of time, place, and person could be easily added to Mr. Moore's statement, excepting perhaps as to the deity in question. On that point I have never been informed, but Mr. Moore is probably right in the use of the capital D, as the sacrificer is, according to all accounts, a highly devout Christian. One more instance: an octogenarian woman, born in the parish of Bride, and now living at Kirk Andreas, saw, when she was a lump of a girl of 10 or 15 years of age, a live sheep being burnt in a field in the parish of Andreas on May Day, whereby she meant the 1st of May, reckoned according to the old style. She asserts very decidedly that it was San Oral, as a sacrifice, as she put it, and for an object to the public. Those were her words when she expressed herself in English. Further, she made the statement that it was a custom to burn a sheep on Old May Day for a sacrifice. I was fully alive to the interest of this evidence, and cross-examined her so far as her age allows of it, and I find that she adheres to her statement with all firmness. By burning a bewitched animal, you compel the witch to appear. But Manx men burn beasts when they are dead, as well as when they are alive, and their reasons for burning the dead animals may help us to understand their reasons for burning the living animals. On this subject I will again quote Sir John Rice. When a beast dies on a farm, of course it dies, according to the old-fashioned view of things, as I understand it, from the influence of the evil eye or the interposition of a witch. So if you want to know to whom you are indebted for the loss of the beast, you have simply to burn its carcass in the open air, and watch who comes first to the spot and who first passes by. That is the criminal to be charged with the death of the animal, and he cannot help coming there. Such is the effect of the fire. A Michael woman, who is now about 30, related to me how she watched while the carcass of a bewitched colt was burning, how she saw the witch coming, and how she remembers her shriveled face, with nose and chin in close proximity. According to another native of Michael, a well-informed middle-aged man, the animal in question was oftenest a calf, and it was wont to be burnt whole, skin and all. The object, according to him, is invariably to bring the bewitcher on the spot, and he always comes. But I am not clear what happens to him when he appears. My informant added, however, that it was believed that unless the bewitcher got possession of the heart of the burning beast, he lost all his power of bewitching. Magic sympathy between the witch and the bewitched animal. These statements show that in the Isle of Man, the sympathetic relation between the witch and his or her animal victim is believed to be so close that by burning the animal you compel the witch to appear. The original idea may have been that by virtue of a magic sympathy which binds the two together, whatever harm you do to the animal is felt by the witch as if it were done to herself. That notion would fully explain why Manx people used also to burn bewitched animals alive. In doing so, they probably imagined that they were simultaneously burning the witch who had cast a spell on their cattle. Parallel belief in magic sympathy between the animal shape of a werewolf and his or her ordinary human shape. By wounding the wolf will simultaneously wound the man or woman. This explanation of the reason for burning a bewitched animal, dead or alive, is confirmed by the parallel belief concerning werewolves. It is commonly supposed that certain men and women can transform themselves by magic art into wolves or other animals, but that any wound inflicted on such a transformed beast, a werewolf or other were-animal, is simultaneously inflicted on the human body of the witch or warlock, who has transformed herself or himself into the creature. This belief is widely diffused. It meets us in Europe, Asia, and Africa. For example, Olaus Magnus tells us that in Livonia, not many years before he wrote, a noble lady had a dispute with her slave on the subject of werewolves, she doubting whether there were any such things, and he maintaining that there were. To convince her, he retired to a room, from which he soon appeared in the form of a wolf. Being chased by the dogs into the forest and brought to bay, the wolf defended himself fiercely and lost an eye in the struggle. Next day the slave returned to his mistress in human form, but with only one eye. Again it happened in the year 1588 that a gentleman in a village among the mountains of Auvergne, looking out of the window one evening, saw a friend of his going out to hunt. He begged him to bring him back some of his bag, and his friend said that he would. Well, he had not gone very far before he met a huge wolf. He fired and missed it, and the animal attacked him furiously, but he stood on his guard, and with an adroit stroke of his hunting knife, he cut off the right forepaw of the brute, which thereupon fled away, and he saw it no more. He returned to his friend, and drawing from his pouch the severed paw of the wolf, he found to his horror that it was turned into a woman's hand with a golden ring on one of her fingers. His friend recognized the ring as that of his own wife, and went to find her. She was sitting by the fire with her right arm under her apron. As she refused to draw it out, the husband confronted her with the hand and the ring on it. She at once confessed the truth, and it was she in the form of a werewolf whom the hunter had wounded. Her confession was confirmed by applying the severed hand to the stump of her arm, for the two fitted exactly. The angry husband delivered up his wicked wife to justice. She was tried and burnt as a witch. It is said that a werewolf scouring the streets of Padua was caught, and when they cut off his four paws, he at once turned into a man, with both his hands and feet amputated. Again, in a farm of the French district of Beauce, there was once a herdsman who never slept at home. These nocturnal absences naturally attracted attention and set people talking. At the same time, by a curious coincidence, a wolf used to prowl round the farm every night, and to excite the dogs in the farmyard to fury by thrusting his snout derisively through the cat's hole in the great gate. The farmer had his suspicions, and he determined to watch. One night, when the herdsman went out as usual, his master followed him quietly till he came to a hut, where with his own eyes he saw the man put on a broad belt, and at once turned into a wolf, which scoured away over the fields. The farmer smiled a sickly sort of smile, and went back to the farm. There he took a stout stick, and sat down at the cat's hole to wait. He had not long to wait. The dogs barked like mad, a wolf's snout showed through the hole, down came the stick, out gushed the blood, and a voice was heard to say without the gate, "A good job too. I had still 3 years to run." Next day the herdsman appeared as usual, but he had a scar on his brow, and he never went out again at night. Werewolves in China. In China also the faith in similar transformations is reflected in the following tale. A certain man in Sogne went into the mountains to gather fuel. Night fell, and he was pursued by 2 tigers, but scrambled up a tree out of their reach. Then said the one tiger to the other tiger, "If we can find Chu Si, we are sure to catch this man up the tree." So off went one of them to find Chu Si, while the other kept watch at the foot of the tree. Soon after that another tiger, leaner and stronger than the other 2, appeared on the scene and made a grab at the man's coat. But fortunately the moon was shining. The man saw the paw, and with a stroke of his axe cut off one of its claws. The tigers roared and fled, one after the other, so the man climbed down the tree and went home. When he told his tale in the village, suspicion naturally fell on the said Chu Si. The next day some men went to see him in his house. They were told that they could not see him, for he had been out the night before, and had hurt his hand, and he was now ill in bed. So they put 2 and 2 together and reported him to the police. The police arrived, surrounded the house, and set fire to it, but Chu Si rose from his bed, turned into a tiger, charged right through the police, and escaped, and to this day nobody ever knew where he went to. Werewolves among the Torajas of Central Celebes. The Torajas of Central Celebes stand in very great fear of werewolves, that is, of men and women who have the power of transforming their spirits into animals such as cats, crocodiles, wild pigs, apes, deer, and buffaloes, which roam about battening on human flesh, and especially on human livers, while the men and women in their own proper human form are sleeping quietly in their beds at home. Among them a man is either born a werewolf or becomes one by infection, from mere contact with a werewolf, or even with anything that has been touched by his spittle is quite enough to turn the most innocent person into a werewolf. Nay, even to lean your head against anything against which a werewolf has leaned his head suffices to do it. The penalty for being a werewolf is death, but the sentence is never passed until the accused has had a fair trial, and his guilt has been clearly demonstrated by an ordeal, which consists in dipping the middle finger into boiling resin. If the finger is not burnt, the man is no werewolf, but if he is burnt, a werewolf he most assuredly is. So they take him away to a quiet spot and hack him to bits. In cutting him up, the executioners are naturally very careful not to be bespattered with his blood, for if they were to happen, they would of course be turned into werewolves themselves. Further, they place his severed head beside his hindquarters to prevent his soul from coming to life again and pursuing his depredations. So great is the horror of werewolves among the Torajas, and so great is their fear of contracting the deadly taint by infection, that many persons have assured a missionary that they would not spare their own child if they knew him to be a werewolf. Now these people, whose faith in werewolves is not a mere dying or dead superstition, but a living dreadful conviction, tell stories of werewolves which conform to the type which we are examining. The werewolf in human shape. They say that once upon a time a werewolf came in human shape under the house of a neighbour, while his real body lay asleep as usual at home, and calling out softly to the man's wife, made an assignation with her to meet him in the tobacco field next day. But the husband was lying awake, and he heard it all, but he said nothing to anybody. Next day chanced to be a busy one in the village, for a roof had to be put on a new house, and all the men were lending a hand with the work, and among them, to be sure, was the werewolf himself. I mean to say, his own human self. There he was up on the roof, working away as hard as anybody. But the woman went out to the tobacco field, and behind went unseen her husband, slinking through the underwood. When they were come to the field, he saw the werewolf make up to his wife, so that he rushed and struck him with a stick. Quick as thought, the werewolf turned himself into a leaf, but the man was as nimble, for he caught up the leaf, thrust it into the joint of bamboo, for which he kept his tobacco, and bunged it up tight. Then he walked back with his wife to the village, carrying the bamboo with the werewolf in it. When they came to the village, the human body of the werewolf was still on the roof, working away with the rest. The man put the bamboo in a fire. At that, the human werewolf looked down from the roof and said, "Don't do that." The man drew the bamboo from the fire, and a moment afterwards he put it in the fire again, and again the human werewolf on the roof looked down and cried, "Don't do that." But this time the man kept the bamboo in the fire, and when it blazed up, down fell the human werewolf from the roof as dead as a stone. Again the following story went round among the Torreches not so very many years ago. The thing happened at Soamara on the Gulf of Tomori. It was evening, and some men sat chatting with a certain Hajja Muhammad. When it had grown dark, one of the men went out of their house for something or other. A little while afterwards, one of the company thought he saw a stag's antler standing out sharp and clear against the bright evening sky. So Hajja Muhammad raised his gun and fired. A minute or two afterwards, back comes the man who had gone out, and says he to Hajja Muhammad, "You shot at me and hit me. You must pay me a fine." They searched him, but found no wound on him anywhere. Then they knew that he was a werewolf who had turned himself into a stag, and had healed the bullet wound by licking it. However, the bullet had found its billet. For 2 days afterwards, he was a dead man. Werewolves in the Egyptian Sudan. In Sennar, a province of the Egyptian Sudan, the hammock and fungi enjoyed the reputation of being powerful magicians, who can turn themselves into hyenas and in that guise scour the country at night, howling and gorging themselves. But by day they are men again. It is very dangerous to shoot at such human hyenas by night. On the Jebel Bella mountain, a soldier once shot a hyena and hit it, but it dragged itself off, bleeding in the darkness, and escaped. Next morning he followed up the trail of blood, and it led him straight to the hut of a man who was everywhere known for a wizard. Nothing of the hyena was to be seen, but the man himself was laid up in the house with a fresh wound and died soon afterwards, and the soldier did not long survive him. The werewolf story in Petronius. But the classical example of these stories is an old Roman tale told by Petronius. It is put in the mouth of one Nikeros. Late at night he left the town to visit a friend of his, a widow, who lived at a farm miles down the road. He was accompanied by a soldier who lodged in the same house, a man of Herculean build. When they set out it was near dawn, but the moon shone as bright as day. Passing through the outskirts of the town, they came amongst the tombs, which lined the high road for some distance. There the soldier made an excuse for retiring behind a monument, and Nikeros sat down to wait for him, humming a tune and counting the tombstones to pass the time. In a little he looked round for his companion, and saw a sight which froze him with horror. The soldier had stripped off his clothes to the last rag, and laid them at the side of the highway. Then he performed a certain ceremony over them, and immediately was changed into a wolf, and ran howling into the forest. When Nikeros had recovered himself a little, he went to pick up the clothes, but found that they were turned to stone. More dead than alive, he drew his sword, and striking at every shadow cast by the tombstones on the moonlit road, he tottered to his friend's house. He entered it like a ghost, to the surprise of the widow, who wanted to see him abroad so late. "If you had only been here a little ago," she said, "you might have been of some use." For a wolf came tearing into the yard, scaring the cattle, and bleeding them like a butcher. But he did not get off so easily, for the servant speared him in the neck. After hearing these words, Nikeros felt that he could not close an eye, so he hurried away home again. It was now broad daylight, but when he came to the place where the clothes had been turned to stone, he found only a pool of blood. He reached home, and there lay the soldier in bed like an ox in the shambles, and the doctor was bandaging his neck. Then I knew, said Nikeros, that the man was a werewolf, and never again could I break bread with him. No, not if you had killed me for it. Witches, like werewolves, can temporarily transform themselves into animals. These stories may help us to understand the custom of burning a bewitched animal, which had been observed in our own country down to recent times, if indeed it is even now extinct. For a close parallel may be traced in some respects between witches and werewolves. Like werewolves, witches are commonly supposed to be able to transform themselves temporarily into animals for the purpose of playing their mischievous pranks. And like werewolves, they can in their animal disguise be compelled to unmask themselves to anyone who succeeds in drawing their blood. In either case, the animal's skin is conceived as a cloak thrown round the wicked enchanter, and if you can only pierce the skin, whether by the stab of a knife or the shot of a gun, you so render the disguise that the man or woman inside of it stands revealed in his or her true colours. Strictly speaking, the stab should be given on the brow or between the eyes in the case of both a witch and of a werewolf. And it is vain to shoot at a werewolf unless you have had the bullet blessed in a chapel of St. Hubert, or happen to be carrying about you, without knowing it, a four-leaved clover. Otherwise a bullet will merely rebound from the werewolf like water from a duck's back. However, in Armenia, they say that the werewolf, who in that country is usually a woman, can be killed neither by shot nor by steel. The only way of delivering the unhappy woman from her bondage is to get hold of the wolf's skin and burn it, for that naturally prevents her from turning into a wolf again. But it is not easy to find the skin, for she is cunning enough to hide it by day. So with witches, it is not only useless, but even dangerous to shoot at one of them when she has turned herself into a hare. If you do, the gun may burst in your hand, or the shot come back and kill you. The only way to make quite sure of hitting a witch animal is to put a silver sixpence or a silver button in your gun. For example, it happened one evening that a native of the island of Tiri was going home with a new gun when he saw a black sheep running towards him across the plain of reef. Something about the creature excited his suspicion, so he put a silver sixpence in his gun and fired at it. Instantly the black sheep became a woman with a drugget coat wrapped round her head. The man knew her quite well, for she was a witch who had often persecuted him before in the shape of a cat. Wounds inflicted on an animal into which a witch has transformed herself are inflicted on the witch herself. Again, the wounds inflicted on a witch hare or a witch cat are to be seen on the witch herself, just as the wounds inflicted on a werewolf are to be seen on the man himself when he has doffed the wolf's skin. To take a few instances out of a multitude, a young man in the island of Lismore was out shooting. When he was near Balnagown Loch, he started a hare and fired at it. The animal gave an unearthly scream, and then for the first time it occurred to him that there were no real hares in Lismore. He threw away his gun in terror and fled home, and next day he heard that a notorious witch was laid up with a broken leg. A man need be no conjurer to guess how she came by that broken leg. Again, at Thurso, certain witches used to turn themselves into cats, and in that shape to torment an honest man. One night he lost patience, whipped out his broadsword, and put them to flight. Then, as they were scurrying away, he struck at them and cut off the leg of one of the cats. To his astonishment, it was a woman's leg, and next morning he found one of the witches short of the corresponding limb. Glanville tells a story of an old woman in Cambridgeshire, whose astral spirit, coming into a man's house, as he was sitting alone at the fire, in the shape of a huge cat, and setting herself before the fire not far from him, he stole a stroke at the back of it with the fire fork, and seemed to break the back of it, but it scrambled from him, and vanished he knew not how. But such an old woman, a reputed witch, was found dead in her bed at that very night, with her back broken, as I have heard some years ago credibly reported. In Yorkshire, during the latter half of the 19th century, a parish clergyman was told a circumstantial story of an old witch named Nemi, who was hunted in the form of a hare for several miles over the Westerdale moors, and kept well away from the dogs, till the black one joined the pack, and succeeded in taking a bit out of one of the hare's legs. That was the end of the chase, and immediately afterwards the sportsmen found old Nanny laid up in bed with a sore leg. On examining the wounded limb, they discovered that the hurt was precisely in that part of it which, in the hair, had been bitten by the black dog, and what was still more significant, the wound had all the appearance of having been inflicted by a dog's teeth, so they put two and two together. The same sort of thing is often reported in Lincolnshire. One night, said a servant from Croton Lindsay, my father and brother saw a cat in front of them. Father knew it was a witch, and took a stone and hammered it. Next day the witch had her face all tarred up, and shortly afterwards died. Again, a Bardney bumpkin told how a witch in his neighbourhood could take all sorts of shapes. One night a man shot a hare, and when he went to the witch's house, he found her plastering a wound just where he had shot the hare. So in County Leitrim, in Ireland, they say that a hare pursued by dogs fled to a house near at hand, but just as it was bolting in at the door, one of the dogs came up with it and nipped a piece out of its leg. The hunters entered the house and found no hare there, but only an old woman, and her side was bleeding, so they knew what to think of her. Wounded witches in the Vosges. Again in the Vosges mountains, a great big hare used to come out every evening to take the air at the foot of the Mont des Vosges. All the sportsmen of the neighbourhood tried their hands on that hare for a month, but none of them could hit it. At last one marksman, more knowing than the rest, loaded his gun with some pellets of a consecrated wafer in addition to the usual pellets of lead. That did the trick. If Puss was not killed outright, she was badly hurt, and limped away uttering shrieks and curses in a human voice. Later it transpired that she was no other than the witch of a neighbouring village who had the power of putting on the shape of any animal she pleased. Again, a hunter of Trevexin, in the Vosges, fired at a hare and almost shot away one of its hind legs. Nevertheless, the creature contrived to escape into a cottage through the open door. Immediately a child's cries were heard to proceed from the cottage, and the hunter could distinguish these words, "Daddy, Daddy, come quick. Poor Mammy has her leg broken." Wounded witches in Swabia. In Swabia, the witches are liable to accidents of the same sort when they go about their business in the form of animals. For example, there was a soldier who was betrothed to a young woman and used to visit her every evening when he was off duty. But one evening the girl told him that he must not come to the house on Friday nights, because it was never convenient to her to see him then. This roused his suspicion, and the very next Friday night he set out to go to his sweetheart's house. On the way a white cat ran up to him in the street and dogged his steps, and when the animal would not make off, he drew his sword and slashed off one of its paws. On that the cat bolted. The soldier walked on, but when he came to his sweetheart's house he found her in bed, and when he asked her what was the matter she gave a very confused reply. Noticing stains of blood on the bed, he drew down the coverlet and saw that the girl was weltering in her gore, for one of her feet was lopped off. "So that's what's the matter with you, you witch," said he, and turned on his heel and left her, and within 3 days she was dead. Again, a farmer in the neighbourhood of Weissensteig frequently found in his stable a horse over and above the 4 horses he actually owned. He did not know what to make of it, and mentioned the matter to the smith. The smith said quietly, "The next time you see a 5th horse in the stable, just you send for me." Well, it was not long before the strange horse was there again, and the farmer at once sent for the smith. He came bringing 4 horseshoes with him and said, "I'm sure the nag has no shoes, I'll shoe her for you." No sooner said than done, however. The smith overreached himself, for next day, when his friend the farmer paid him a visit, he found the smith's own wife prancing about with horseshoes nailed on her hands and feet. But it was the last time she ever appeared in the shape of a horse. The miller's wife and the 2 grey cats. Once more in Silesia they tell of a miller's apprentice, a sturdy and industrious young fellow who set out on his travels. One day he came to a mill, and the miller told him that he wanted an apprentice but did not care to engage one, because hitherto all his apprentices had run away in the night, and when he came down in the morning the mill was at a stand. However, he liked the looks of the young chap, and took him into his pay. But what the new apprentice heard about the mill and his predecessors was not encouraging. So the first night, when it was his duty to watch in the mill, he took care to provide himself with an axe and a prayer book, and while he kept one eye on the whirring, humming wheels, he kept the other on the good book, which he read by the flickering light of a candle set on a table. So the hours at first passed quietly, with nothing to disturb him from the monotonous drone and click of the machinery. But on the stroke of 12, as he was still reading with the axe lying on the table within reach, the door opened, and in came 2 grey cats mewing, an old one and a young one. They sat down opposite him, but it was easy to see they did not like his wakefulness and the prayer book and the axe. Suddenly the old cat reached out a paw and made a grab at the axe, but the young chap was too quick for her and held it fast. Then the young cat tried to do the same for the prayer book, but the apprentice gripped it tight. Thus balked, the 2 cats set up such a squalling that the young fellow could hardly say his prayers. Just before 1 o'clock the younger cat sprang on the table and fetched a blow with her right paw at the candle to put it out. But the apprentice struck at her with his axe and sliced the paw off, whereupon the 2 cats vanished with a frightful screech. The apprentice wrapped the paw up in paper to show it to his master. Very glad the miller was next morning when he came down and found the mill going and the young chap at his post. The apprentice told him what had happened in the night and gave him the parcel containing the cat's paw. But when the miller opened it, what was the astonishment of the 2 to find in it no cat's paw but a woman's hand. At breakfast the miller's young wife did not, as usual, take her place at the table. She was ill in bed, and the doctor had to be called in to bind up her arm, because in hewing wood, so they said, she had made a slip and cut off her own right hand. But the apprentice packed up his traps and turned his back on that mill before the sun had set. The analogy of werewolves confirms the view that the reason for burning bewitched animals is either to burn the witch or to compel her to appear. It would no doubt be easy to multiply instances, all equally well attested and authentic, of the transformation of witches into animals and of the damage which the women themselves have sustained through injuries inflicted on the animals. But the foregoing evidence may suffice to establish the complete parallelism between witches and werewolves in these respects. The analogy appears to confirm the view that the reason for burning a bewitched animal alive is a belief that the witch herself is in the animal, and that by burning it you either destroy the witch completely or at least unmask her and compel her to reassume her proper human shape, in which she is naturally far less potent for mischief than when she is careering about the country in the likeness of a cat, a hare, a horse, or what not. The principle is still indeed clearly recognizable by people in Oldenburg, though as might be expected they do not now carry out the principle to its logical conclusion by burning the bewitched animal or person alive. Instead they resort to a feeble, and it must be added, perfectly futile subterfuge dictated by a mistaken humanity or a fear of the police. When anything living is bewitched in a house, for example, children or animals, they burn or boil the nobler inwards of animals, especially the hearts, but also the lungs and the liver. If animals have died, they take the inwards of one of them or of an animal of the same kind slaughtered for the purpose. But if that is not possible, they take the inwards of a cock, by preference a black one. The heart, lung, or liver is struck all over with needles, or marked with a cross-cut, or placed on the fire in a tightly closed vessel, strict silence being observed and the doors and windows well shut. When the heart boils or is reduced to ashes, the witch must appear, for during the boiling she feels the burning pain. She either begs to be released or seeks to borrow something, for example, salt or a coal of fire, or she takes the lid off the pot, or tries to induce the person whose spell is on her to speak. They say, too, that a woman comes with a spinning wheel. If it is a sheep that has died, you proceed in the same way with a tripe from its stomach, and prick it with needles while it is on the boil. Instead of boiling it, some people nail the heart to the highest rafter of the house, or lay it on the edge of the hearth in order that it may dry up, no doubt because the same thing happens to the witch. We may conjecture that other sympathetic means of destruction are employed against witchcraft. The following is expressly reported. The heart of a calf that has died is struck all over with needles, enclosed in a bag, and thrown into flowing water before sunset. There is the same reason for burning bewitched things. And the same thing holds good also for inanimate objects of which a witch has cast her spells. In Wales they say that If a thing is bewitched, burn it, and immediately afterwards the witch will come to borrow something of you. If you give what she asks, she will go free. If you refuse it, she will burn, and a mark will be on her body the next day. So too in Oldenburg, the burning of things that are bewitched, or that have been received from witches, is another way of breaking the spell. It is often said that the burning should take place at a crossroad, and in several places crossroads are shown where the burning used to be performed. As a rule, while the things are burning, the guilty witches appear, though not always in their own shape. At the burning of bewitched butter, they often appear as cockchafers, and can be killed with impunity. Victuals received from witches may be safely consumed, if only you first burn a portion of them. For example, a young man in Oldenburg was wooing a girl, and she gave him 2 fine apples as a gift. Not feeling any appetite at the time, he put the apples in his pocket, and when he came home, he laid them by in a chest. 2 or 3 days afterwards, he remembered the apples and went to the chest to fetch them, but when he would have put his hand on them, what was his horror to find in their stead 2 fat ugly toads in the chest. He hastened to a wise man and asked him what he should do with the toads. The man told him to boil the toads alive, but while he was doing so he must be sure on no account to lend anything out of the house. Well, just as he had the toads in a pot on the fire, and the water began to grow nicely warm, who should come to the door but the girl who had given him the apples, and she wished to borrow something. But he refused to give her anything, rated her as a witch, and drove her out of the house. A little afterwards, in came the girl's mother, and begged with tears in her eyes for something or other, but he turned her out also. The last word she said to him was that he should at least spare her daughter's life, but he paid no heed to her, and let the toads boil till they fell to bits. Next day word came that the girl was dead. Can any reasonable man doubt that the witch herself was boiled alive in the person of the toads? Similarly, by burning alive a person whose form a witch has assumed, you compel the witch to disclose herself. Moreover, just as a witch can assume the form of an animal, so she can assume the form of some other human being, and the likeness is sometimes so good that it is difficult to detect the fraud. However, by burning alive the person whose shape the witch has put on, you force the witch to disclose herself, just as by burning alive the bewitched animal, you in like manner oblige the witch to appear. This principle may perhaps be unknown to science, falsely so called, but is well understood in Ireland, and has been acted on within recent years. The burning alive of a supposed witch in Ireland, 1895. In March 1895, a peasant named Michael Clearly, residing at Ballyvedlia, a remote and lonely district in the county of Tipperary, burned his wife Bridget Clearly alive over a slow fire on the kitchen hearth in the presence of, and with the active assistance of some neighbours, including the woman's own father and several of her cousins. They thought that she was not Bridget Clearly at all, but a witch, and that when they held her down on the fire, she would vanish up the chimney. So they cried, while she was burning, "Away she goes, away she goes." Even when she lay quite dead on the kitchen floor, for contrary to the general expectation, she did not disappear up the chimney, her husband still believed that the woman lying there was a witch, and that his own dear wife had gone with the fairies to the old rath or fort on the hill of Killanagranach, where he would see her at night riding a grey horse and roped to the saddle, and that he would cut the ropes, and that she would stay with him ever afterwards. So he went with some friends to the fort night after night, taking a big table knife with him to cut the ropes, but he never saw his wife again. He and the men who had held the woman on the fire were arrested and tried at Clonmel for wilful murder in July 1895. They were all found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to various terms of penal servitude and imprisonment. The sentence passed on Michael Clearly was 20 years penal servitude. Sometimes bewitched animals are buried alive instead of being burned. However, our British peasants, it must be confessed, have not always acted up to the strict logical theory which seems to call for death by fire as a proper treatment both of bewitched animals and of witches. Sometimes, perhaps in moments of weakness, they have merely buried the bewitched animals alive instead of burning them. For example, in the year 1643, many cattle having died, John Brugh and Nian Nicolaith, also one of the initiated, conjoined their mutual skill for the safety of the herd. The surviving animals were drove past a tub of water containing 2 enchanted stones, and each was sprinkled from the liquid contents in its course. One, however, being unable to walk, was by force drawn out of the byre doer, and the said John and Nicolaith, smelling the noise thereof, said it wold not leave, caused an hoyle to be made in more grain, quick was put quick in the hole, and made all the rest of the cattle therefore to go over that place, and in the devilish manner be charming, they were cured. Again, during the prevalence of a murrain about the year 1629, certain persons proposed to stay the plague with the help of a celebrated curing stain, of which the Laird of Lee was the fortunate owner. But from this they were dissuaded by one who had seen bestial curate be taken and quick sick ox, and making an deep pit, and burying him therein, and be calling the oxen and bestial over that place. Indeed, Isabel Young, the mother of these persons, had herself endeavoured to check the progress of the distemper by taking an quick ox with an cat, and an great quantity of salt, and proceeding to bury the ox and cat quick with the salt, and in deep hole in the ground, as in sacrifice to the devil, that the rest of the goodies might be freed of her sickness or diseases. Writing towards the end of the 18th century, John Ramsay Octatyre tells us that the violent death even of a brute is in some cases held to be of great avail. There is a disease called black spawd, which sometimes rages like a pestilence among black cattle, the symptoms of which are a mortification in the legs and a corruption of the masses of blood. Among the other engines of superstition that are directed against this fatal malady, the first cow seized with it is commonly buried alive, and the other cattle are forced to pass backwards and forwards over the pit. At other times the heart is taken out of the beast alive, and then the carcass is buried. It is remarkable that the leg affected is cut off and hung up in some part of the house or byre, where it remains suspended, notwithstanding the seeming danger of infection. There is hardly a house in Mull where these may not be seen. This practice seems to have taken its rise antecedent to Christianity, as it reminds us of the pagan custom of hanging up offerings in their temples. In Breadalbane, when a cow is observed to have symptoms of madness, there is recourse had to a peculiar process. They tie the legs of the mad creature and throw her into a pit dug at the door of the fold. After covering the hole with earth, a large fire is kindled upon it, and the rest of the cattle are driven out and forced to pass through the fire one by one. In this latter custom, we may suspect that the fire kindled on the grave of the buried cow was originally made by the friction of wood, in other words, that it was a need fire. Again, writing in the year 1862, Sir Arthur Mitchell tells us that, for the cure of the murrain in cattle, one of the herd is still sacrificed for the good of the whole. This is done by burying it alive. I am assured that within the last 10 years, such a barbarism occurred in the county of Moray. Cows killed and buried to save the rest of the herd. Sometimes, however, the animal has not been buried alive. It has been merely killed and then buried. In this emasculated form, the sacrifice, we may say with confidence, is absolutely useless for the purpose of stopping a murrain. Nevertheless, it has been tried. Thus in Lincolnshire, when the cattle plague was so prevalent in 1866, there was, I believe, not a single cowshed in marshland, but had its wicken cross over the door, and other charms more powerful than this were in some cases resorted to. I never heard of the use of the need fire in the marsh, though it was, I believe, used on the wolds not many miles off. But I knew of at least one case in which a calf was killed and solemnly buried, feet pointing upwards, at the threshold of the cowshed. When our Garthman told me of this, I pointed out to him that the charm had failed, and the disease had not spared the shed, but he promptly replied, "Yes, but old Edwards were a sight too clever. He were that mean he showed no but a wankling calf, as were bound to deny any road. If he had no but taken his best calf, it would have worked right enough. Tain't in reason that Ode Scratch, und be hassled wi wankling dravel." End of section 14. Section 15 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. The Interpretation of the Fire Festivals. 1. On the Fire Festivals in general. General resemblance of the European fire festivals to each other. The foregoing survey of the popular fire festivals of Europe suggests some general observations. In the first place, we can hardly help being struck by the resemblance which the ceremonies bear to each other, at whatever time of the year, and in whatever part of Europe they are celebrated. The custom of kindling great bonfires, leaping over them, and driving cattle through or round them would seem to have been practically universal throughout Europe, and the same may be said of the processions of races with blazing torches round fields, orchards, pastures, or cattle stalls. Less widespread are the customs of hurling lighted discs into the air, and trundling a burning wheel down a hill. For to judge by the evidence which I have collected, these modes of distributing the beneficial influence of the fire have been confined in the main to Central Europe. The ceremonial of the Yule log is distinguished from that of the other fire festivals by the privacy and domesticity which characterize it. But, as we have already seen, this distinction may well be due simply to the rough weather of midwinter, which is apt not only to render a public assembly in the open air disagreeable, but also at any moment to defeat the object of the assembly by extinguishing the all-important fire under a downpour of rain or a fall of snow. Apart from these local or seasonal differences, the general resemblance between the fire festivals at all times of the year and in all places is tolerably close. As the ceremonies themselves resemble each other, so do the benefits which the people expect to reap from them. Whether applied in the form of bonfires blazing at fixed points, or of torches carried about from place to place, or of embers and ashes taken from the smouldering heap of fuel, the fire is believed to promote the growth of the crops and the welfare of man and beast, either positively by stimulating them, or negatively by averting the dangers and calamities which threaten them from such causes as thunder and lightning, conflagration, blight, mildew, vermin, sterility, disease, and not least of all, witchcraft. 2 explanations suggested of the fire festivals. According to W. Manhart, they are charms to secure a supply of sunshine. According to Dr. Westermarck, they are purificatory, being intended to burn and destroy all harmful influences. But we naturally ask, how did it come about that benefit so great and manifold were supposed to be obtained by means so simple? In what way did people imagine that they could produce so many goods or avoid so many ills by the application of fire and smoke, of embers and ashes? In short, what theory underlay and prompted the practice of these customs? For that the institution of the festivals was the outcome of a definite train of reasoning may be taken for granted. The view that primitive man acted first and invented his reasons to suit his actions afterwards is not borne out by what we know of his nearest living representatives, the savage and the peasant. 2 different explanations of the fire festivals have been given by modern inquirers. On the one hand, it has been held that they are sun charms or magical ceremonies intended, on the principle of imitative magic, to ensure a needful supply of sunshine for men, animals, and plants by kindling fires which mimic on earth the great source of light and heat in the sky. This was the view of Wilhelm Manhart. It may be called the solar theory. On the other hand, it has been maintained that the ceremonial fires have no necessary reference to the sun, but are simply purificatory in intention, being designed to burn up and destroy all harmful influences, whether these are conceived in a personal form as witches, demons, and monsters, or in an impersonal form as a sort of pervading taint or corruption of the air. This is the view of Dr. Edward Westermarck, and apparently of Professor Eugen Monk. It may be called the purificatory theory. Obviously, the 2 theories postulate 2 very different conceptions of the fire which plays the principal part in the rites. On the one view, The fire, like sunshine in our latitude, is a genial creative power which fosters the growth of plants and the development of all that makes for health and happiness. On the other view, the fire is a fierce destructive power which blasts and consumes all the noxious elements, whether spiritual or material, that menace the life of men, of animals, and of plants. According to the one theory, the fire is a stimulant. According to the other, it is a disinfectant. On the one view, its virtue is positive. On the other, it is negative. The two explanations are perhaps not mutually exclusive. Yet the two explanations, different as they are in character, which they attribute to the fire, are perhaps not wholly irreconcilable. If we assume that the fires kindled at these festivals were primarily intended to imitate the sun's light and heat, may we not regard the purificatory and disinfecting qualities, which popular opinion certainly appears to ascribe to them, as attributes derived directly from the purificatory and disinfecting qualities of sunshine? In this way we might conclude that, while the imitation of sunshine in these ceremonies was primary and original, the purification attributed to them was secondary and derivative. Such a conclusion, occupying an intermediate position between the two opposing theories and recognizing an element of truth in both of them, was adopted by me in earlier editions of this work. But in the meantime, Dr. Westermarck has argued powerfully in favor of the purificatory theory alone, and I am bound to say that his arguments carry great weight, and that on a fuller review of the facts the balance of evidence seems to me to incline decidedly in his favor. However, the case is not so clear as to justify us in dismissing the solar theory without discussion, and accordingly I propose to adduce the considerations which tell for it before proceeding to notice those which tell against it. A theory which had the support of the so learned and sagacious an investigator as W. Manhart is entitled to a respectful hearing. 2. The solar theory of fire festivals. The theory that the fire festivals are charms to ensure a supply of sunshine. In an earlier part of this work, we saw that savages resort to charms for making sunshine, and it would be no wonder if primitive man in Europe did the same. Indeed, when we consider the cold and cloudy climate of Europe during a great part of the year, we shall find it natural that sun charms should have played a much more prominent part among the superstitious practices of European peoples than among those of savages who live nearer the equator and who consequently are apt to get, in the course of nature, more sunshine than they want. This view of the festivals may be supported by various arguments drawn partially from their dates, partially from the nature of the rites, and partially from the influence which they are believed to exert upon the weather and on vegetation. Coincidence of two of the festivals with the solstices. First, in regard to the dates of the festivals, it can be no mere accident that two of the most important and widely read of the festivals are timed to coincide more or less exactly with the summer and winter solstices, that is, with the two turning points in the sun's apparent course in the sky when he reaches respectively his highest and his lowest elevation at noon. Indeed, with respect to the midwinter celebration of Christmas, we are not left to conjecture. We know from the express testimony of the ancients that it was instituted by the Church to supersede an old heathen festival of the birth of the sun, which was apparently conceived to be born again on the shortest day of the year, after which his light and heat were seen to grow till they attained their full maturity at midsummer. Therefore it can be no far-fetched conjecture to suppose that the Yule log, which figures so prominently in the popular celebration of Christmas, was originally designed to help the labouring sun of midwinter to rekindle his seemingly expiring light. Attempt of the Bushmen to warm up the fire of Sirius in midwinter by kindling sticks. The idea that by lighting a log on earth you can rekindle a fire in heaven or fan it into a brighter blaze naturally seems to us absurd, but to the savage mind it wears a different aspect, and the institution of the great fire festivals which we are considering probably dates from a time when Europe was still sunk in savagery or at most in barbarism. Now it can be shown that in order to increase the celestial source of heat at midwinter, savages resort to a practice analogous to that of our Yule log. Yet the kindling of the Yule log was originally a magical rite intended to rekindle the sun. In the southern hemisphere, where the order of the seasons is the reverse of ours, the rising of Sirius, or the dog star, in July marks the season of the greatest cold instead of, as with us, the greatest heat. And just as the civilized ancients ascribed the torrid heat of midsummer to that brilliant star, to the modern savage of South Africa attributes to it the piercing cold of midwinter, and seeks to mitigate its rigour by warming up the chilly star with the genial heat of the sun. How he does so may best be described in his own words as follows. The bushmen perceive Canopus. They say to a child, "Give me yonder piece of wood, that I may put the end of it in the fire, that I may point it burning towards grandmother, for grandmother carries bushman rice. Grandmother shall make a little warmth for us, for she coldly comes out. The sun shall warm grandmother's eyes for us." Sirius comes out. The people call out to one another. "Sirius comes yonder," they say to one another. "Ye must burn a stick for us towards Sirius." They say to one another, "Who was it who saw Sirius?" One man says to the other, "Our brother saw Sirius." The other man says to him, "I saw Sirius." The other man says to him, "I wish thee to burn a stick for us towards Sirius, that the sun may shining come out for us, that Sirius may not coldly come out." The other man, the one who saw Sirius, says to his son, "Bring me the small piece of wood yonder, that I may put the end of it in the fire, that I may burn it towards grandmother, that grandmother may ascend to the sky like the other one, Canopus." The child brings him the piece of wood. He, the father, holds the end of it in the fire. He points it burning towards Sirius. He says that Sirius shall twinkle like Canopus. He sings about Canopus. He sings about Sirius. He points to them with fire, that they may twinkle like each other. He throws fire at them. He carves himself up entirely, including his head, in his karos and lies down. He arises, he sits down, while he does not again lie down, because he feels that he has worked, putting Sirius into the sun's warmth, so that Sirius may warmly come out. The women go out early to seek for bushman rice. They walk, sunning their shoulder blades. What the bushmen thus do to temper the cold of midwinter in the southern hemisphere by blowing up the celestial fires may have been done by our rude forefathers at the corresponding season in the northern hemisphere. The burning wheels and discs of the fire festivals may be direct imitations of the sun. Not only the date of some of the festivals, but the manner of their celebration suggests a conscious imitation of the sun. The custom of rolling a burning wheel down a hill, which is often observed at these ceremonies, might well pass for an imitation of the sun's course in the sky, and the imitation will be especially appropriate on Midsummer Day, when the sun's annual declension begins. Indeed, the custom has been thus interpreted by some of those who have recorded it. No less graphic, it may be said, is the mimicry of his apparent revolution by swinging a burning tar barrel round a pole. Again, the common practice of throwing fiery discs, sometimes expressly said to be shaped like suns, into the air at the festivals, may well be a piece of imitative magic. In these, as in so many cases, the magic force may be supposed to take effect through mimicry or sympathy. By imitating the desired result, you actually produce it. By counterfeiting the sun's progress through the heavens, you really help the luminary to pursue his celestial journey with punctuality and dispatch. The name Fire of Heaven, by which the midsummer fire is sometimes popularly known, clearly implies a consciousness of a connection between the earthly and the heavenly flame. The wheel sometimes used to kindle the fire by friction may also be an imitation of the sun. Again, the manner in which the fire appears to have been originally kindled on these occasions has been alleged in support of the view that it was intended to be a mock sun. As some scholars have perceived, it is highly probable that as the periodic festivals in former times, fire was universally obtained by the friction of two pieces of wood. We have seen that it is still so procured in some places, both at the Easter and the Midsummer festivals, and that it is expressly said to have been formerly so procured at the Beltane celebration both in Scotland and Wales. But what makes it nearly certain that this was once the invariable mode of kindling the fire at these periodic festivals is the analogy of the need fire, which has almost always been produced by the friction of wood, and sometimes by the revolution of a wheel. It is a plausible conjecture that the wheel employed for this purpose represents the sun, and if the fires at the regularly recurring celebrations were formerly produced in the same way, it might be regarded as a confirmation of the view that they were originally sun charms. In point of fact, there is, as Kohn has indicated, some evidence to show that the midsummer fire was originally thus produced. We have seen that many Hungarian swineherds make fire on Midsummer Eve by rotating a wheel round a wooden axle wrapped in hemp, and that they drive their pigs through the fire thus made. At Obermedlingen in Swabia, the Fire of Heaven, as it was called, was made on St. Vitus's Day, the 15th of June, by igniting a cartwheel, which, smeared with pitch and plated with straw, was fastened on a pole 12 feet high, the top of the pole being inserted in the nave of the wheel. This fire was made on the summit of a mountain, and as the flame ascended, the people uttered a set form of words, with eyes and arms directed heavenward. Here the fixing of a wheel on a pole and igniting it suggests that originally the fire was produced, as in the case of the need fire, by the revolution of a wheel. The day on which the ceremony takes place, the 15th of June, is near midsummer, and we have seen that in Morsøren, fire is, or used to be, actually made on Midsummer Day by turning a wheel rapidly about an oaken pole, though it is not said that the new fire so obtained is used to light a bonfire. However, we must bear in mind that in all such cases the use of the wheel may be merely a mechanical device to facilitate the operation of fire making by increasing the friction. It need not have any symbolical significance. The influence which the fires are supposed to exert on the weather and vegetation may be thought to be due to an increase of solar heat produced by the fires. Further, the influence which these fires, whether periodic or occasional, are supposed to exert on the weather and vegetation may be cited in support of the view that they are sun charms, since the effects ascribed to them resemble those of sunshine. Thus the French belief that in a rainy June the lighting of the midsummer bonfires will cause the rain to cease appears to assume that they can disperse the dark clouds and make the sun to break out in radiant glory, drying the wet earth and dripping trees. Similarly, the use of the need fire by Swiss children on foggy days for the purpose of clearing away the mist may very naturally be interpreted as a sun charm. Again, we have seen that in the Vosges Mountains the people believe that the midsummer fires help to preserve the fruits of the earth and ensure good crops. In Sweden, the warmth or cold of the coming season is inferred from the direction in which the flames of the May Day bonfire are blown. If they blow to the south, it will be warm, if to the north, cold. No doubt at present the direction of the flames is regarded merely as an augury of the weather, not as a mode of influencing it. But we may be pretty sure that this is one of the cases in which magic has dwindled into divination. So in the Eifel Mountains, when the smoke blows towards the cornfields, this is an omen that the harvest will be abundant. But the older view may have been not merely that the smoke and flames prognosticated, but that they actually produced an abundant harvest, the heat of the flames acting like sunshine on the corn. Perhaps it was with this view that people in the Isle of Man lit fires to windward of their fields in order that the smoke might blow over them. So in South Africa, about the month of April, the Metabels light huge fires to the windward of their gardens, the idea being that the smoke, by passing over the crops, will assist the ripening of them. Among the Zulus also, medicine is burned on a fire placed to windward of the garden, the fumigation which the plants in consequence receive being held to improve the crop. Again, the idea of our European peasants that the corn will grow well as far as the blaze of the bonfire is visible may be interpreted as a remnant to the belief in the quickening and fertilizing power of the bonfires. The same belief, it may be argued, reappears in the notion that embers taken from the bonfires and inserted into the fields will promote the growth of the crops, and it may be thought to underlie the customs of sowing flaxseed in the direction in which the flames blow, of mixing the ashes of the bonfire with the seed corn at sowing, of scattering the ashes by themselves over the field to fertilize it, and of incorporating a piece of the Yule log in the plough to make the seeds thrive. The opinion that the flax or hemp will grow as high as the flames rise, or the people leap over them, belongs clearly to the same class of ideas. Again at Cons, on the banks of the Moselle, if the blazing wheel which was trundled down the hillside reached the river without being extinguished, this was hailed as a proof that the vintage would be abundant. So firmly was this belief held, that the successful performance of the ceremony entitled the villagers to levy a tax upon the owners of the neighbouring vineyards. Here the unextinguished wheel might be taken to represent an unclouded sun, which in turn would portend an abundant vintage. So the wagon load of white wine which the villagers received from the vineyards round about might pass for a payment for the sunshine which they had procured for the grapes. Similarly, we saw that in the Vale of Glamorgan a blazing wheel used to be trundled downhill on Midsummer Day, and that if the fire were extinguished before the wheel reached the foot of the hill, the people expected a bad harvest, whereas if the wheel kept alight all the way down and continued to blaze for a long time, the farmers looked forward to heavy crops that summer. Here again it is natural to suppose that the rustic mind traced a direct connection between the fire of the wheel and the fire of the sun, on which the crops are dependent. The effect which the bonfires are supposed to have in fertilizing cattle and women may also be attributed to an increase of solar heat produced by the fires. But in popular belief, the quickening and fertilizing influence of the bonfires is not limited to the vegetable world. It extends also to animals. This plainly appears from the Irish custom of driving barren cattle through the midsummer fires, from the French belief that the Yule log steeped in water helps cows to calve, from the French and Servian notion that there will be as many chickens, calves, lambs, and kids as there are sparks struck out of the Yule log, from the French custom of putting the ashes of the bonfires in the fowls' nests to make the hens lay eggs, and from the German practice of mixing the ashes of the bonfires with the drink of cattle in order to make the animals thrive. Further, there are clear indications that even human fecundity is supposed to be promoted by the genial heat of the fires. In Morocco, the people think that childless couples can obtain offspring by leaping over the midsummer bonfire. It is an Irish belief that a girl who jumps thrice over the midsummer bonfire will soon marry and become the mother of many children. In Flanders, women leap over the midsummer fires to ensure an easy delivery, and in various parts of France they think that if a girl dances round 9 fires, she'll be sure to marry within a year. On the other hand, in Lacraine, people say that if a young man and woman leaping over the midsummer fire together escape unsmirched, the young woman will not become a mother within 12 months. The flames have not touched and fertilized her. In parts of Switzerland and France, the lighting of the Yule log is accompanied by a prayer that the women may bear children, the she-goats bring forth kids, and the ewes drop lambs. The rule observed in some places that the bonfires should be kindled by the person who was last married seems to belong to the same class of ideas, whether it be that such a person is supposed to receive from, or to impart to, the fire a generative and fertilizing influence. The common practice of lovers leaping over the fires, hand in hand, may very well have originated in a notion that thereby their marriage would be blessed with offspring, and a like motive would explain the custom which obliges couples married within the year to dance to the light of torches. And the scenes of profligacy which appear to have marked the midsummer celebration among the Estonians, as they once marked the celebration of May Day among ourselves, may have sprung not from the mere license of holiday-makers, but from a crude notion that such orgies were justified, if not required, by some mysterious bond which linked the life of man to the courses of the heavens at this turning point of the year. The custom of carrying lighted torches about the country at the festivals may be explained as an attempt to diffuse the sun's heat. At the festivals which we are considering, the custom of kindling bonfires is commonly associated with the custom of carrying lighted torches about the fields, the orchards, the pastures, the flocks and the herds, and we can hardly doubt that the two customs are only two different ways of attaining the same object, namely, the benefits which are believed to flow from the fire, whether it be stationary or portable. Accordingly, if we accept the solar theory of the bonfires, we seem bound to apply it also to the torches. We must suppose that the practice of marching or running with blazing torches about the country is simply a means of diffusing far and wide the genial influence of the sunshine of which these flickering flames are a feeble imitation. In favour of this view, it may be said that sometimes the torches are carried about the fields for the express purpose of fertilizing them, and for the same purpose live coals from the bonfires are sometimes placed in the fields to prevent blight. On the eve of Twelfth Day in Normandy, men, women and children run wildly through the fields and orchards with lighted torches, which they wave about the branches and dash against the trunks of the fruit trees for the sake of burning the moss and driving away the moles and field mice. They believe that ceremony fulfills the double object of exercising the vermin, whose multiplication would be a real calamity, and of imparting fecundity to the trees, the fields, and even the cattle. And they imagine that the more the ceremonies prolonged, the greater will be the crop of fruit next autumn. In Bohemia they say that the corn will grow as high as they fling the blazing besoms into the air. Nor are such notions confined to Europe. In Korea, a few days before the New Year festival, the eunuchs of the palace swing burning torches, chanting invocations at the while, and this is supposed to ensure bountiful crops for the next season. The custom of trundling a burning wheel over the fields, which used to be observed in Poitou for the express purpose of fertilizing them, may be thought to embody the same idea in a still more graphic form, since in this way the mock sun itself, not merely its light and heat represented by torches, is made actually to pass over the ground, which is to receive its quickening and kindly influence. Once more, the custom of carrying lighted brands round cattle is plainly equivalent to driving the animals through the bonfire, and if the bonfire is a sun charm, the torches must be so also. 3. The purifactory theory of the fire festivals. Theory that the fires at the festivals are purifactory, being intended to burn up all harmful things. Thus far we have considered what may be said for the theory that at the European fire festivals the fire is kindled as a charm to ensure an abundant supply of sunshine for men and beast, for corn and fruits. It remains to consider what may be said against this theory and in favour of the view that in these rites fire is employed not as a creative but as a cleansing agent, which purifies men, animals and plants by burning up and consuming the noxious elements, whether material or spiritual, which menace all living things with disease and death. The purifactory or destructive effect of the fires is often alleged by the people who light them. First, then, it is to be observed that the people who practice the fire customs appear never to allege the solar theory in explanation of them, while on the contrary they do frequently and emphatically put forward the purifactory theory. This is a strong argument in favour of the purifactory and against the solar theory, for the popular explanation of a popular custom is never to be rejected except for grave cause, and in the present case there seems to be no adequate reason for rejecting it. The conception of fire as a destructive agent, which can be turned to account for the consumption of evil things, is so simple and obvious that it could hardly escape the minds even of the rude peasantry with whom these festivals originated. On the other hand, the conception of fire as an emanation of the sun, or at all events as linked to it by a bond of physical sympathy, is far less simple and obvious. And though the use of fire as a charm to produce sunshine appears to be undeniable, nevertheless, in attempting to explain popular customs, we should never have recourse to a more recondite idea, when a simpler one lies to hand and is supported by the explicit testimony of the people themselves. The great evil against which the fire at the festivals is directed appears to be witchcraft. Now, in case the fire festivals, the destructive aspect of fire is one upon which the people dwell again and again, and it is highly significant that the great evil against which the fire is directed appears to be witchcraft. Again and again we are told that the fires are intended to burn or repel the witches, and the intention is sometimes graphically expressed by burning an effigy of a witch in the fire. Hence, when we remember the great hold which the dread of witchcraft has had on the popular European mind in all ages, we may suspect that the primary intention of all these fire festivals was simply to destroy, or in all events to get rid of the witches, who were regarded as the cause of nearly all the misfortunes and calamities that befall men, their cattle, and their crops. Amongst the evils for which the fire festivals are deemed remedies, the foremost is cattle disease, and cattle disease is often supposed to be an effect of witchcraft. This suspicion is confirmed when we examine the evils for which the bonfires and torches were supposed to provide a remedy. Foremost, perhaps, among these evils, we may reckon the diseases of cattle, and of all the ills that witches are believed to work, there is probably none which is so constantly insisted on as the harm they do to the herds, particularly by stealing the milk from the cows. Now it is significant that the need fire, which may perhaps be regarded as the parent of the periodic fire festivals, is kindled above all as a remedy for a murrain or other disease of cattle, and the circumstance suggests, what on general grounds seems probable, that the custom of kindling the need fire goes back to a time when the ancestors of the European peoples subsisted chiefly on the products of the herds, and when agriculture as yet played a subordinate part in their lives. Witches and wolves are the two great foes still dreaded by the herdsmen in many parts of Europe, and we need not wonder that he should resort to fire as a powerful means of banning them both. Among Slavonic peoples it appears that the foes whom the need fire is designed to combat are not so much living witches as vampires and other evil spirits, and the ceremony, as we saw, aims rather at repelling these baleful beings than at actually consuming them in the flames. But for our present purpose, these distinctions are immaterial. The important thing to observe is that among the Slavs, the need fire, which is probably the original of all the ceremonial fires now under consideration, is not a sun charm, but clearly and unmistakably nothing but a means of protecting man and beast against the attacks of maleficent creatures, whom the peasant thinks to burn or scare by the heat of the fire, just as he might burn or scare wild animals. Again, the bonfires are thought to avert hail, thunder, lightning, and other maladies, all of which are attributed to the maleficent arts of witches. Again, the bonfires are often supposed to protect the fields against hail, and the homestead against thunder and lightning, but both hail and thunderstorms are frequently thought to be caused by witches. Hence the fire which bans the witches necessarily serves at the same time as a talisman against hail, thunder, and lightning. Further, brands taken from the bonfires are commonly kept in the house to guard them against conflagration, and though this may perhaps be done on the principle of homeopathic magic, one fire being thought to act as a preventive of another, it is also possible that the intention may be to keep witch incendiaries at bay. Again, people leap over the bonfires as a preventive of colic, and look at the flames steadily in order to preserve their eyes in good health, and both colic and sore eyes are in Germany, and probably elsewhere, set down to the machinations of witches. Once more, to leap over the midsummer fires, or to circumambulate them, is thought to prevent a person from feeling pains in his back at reaping, and in Germany such pains are called witch shots, as ascribed to witchcraft. The burning wheels rolled down hills, and the burning discs and brooms thrown into the air may be intended to burn the invisible witches. But if the bonfires and torches of the fire festivals are to be regarded primarily as weapons directed against witches and wizards, it becomes probable that the same explanation applies not only to the flaming discs which are hurled into the air, but also to the burning wheels which are rolled downhill on these occasions. Discs and wheels, we may suppose, are alike intended to burn the witches who hover invisible in the air or haunt unseen the fields, the orchards, and the vineyards on the hillside. Certainly witches are constantly thought to ride through the air on broomsticks or other equally convenient vehicles, and they do so. How can you get them so effectually as by hurling lighted missiles, whether discs, torches, or besoms, after them as they flit past overhead in the gloom? The South Slavonian peasant believes that witches ride in the dark hail clouds, so he shoots at the clouds to bring down the hags, while he curses them, saying, "Curse, curse, Herodias, thy mother is a heathen, damned of God, and fettered through the Redeemer's blood." Also he brings out a pot of glowing charcoal, on which he has thrown holy oil, laurel leaves, and wormwood to make a smoke. The fumes are supposed to ascend to the clouds and stupefy the witches, so that they tumble down to earth, and in order that they may not fail soft, but may hurt themselves very much, The yokel hastily brings out the chair and tilts its bottom up so that the witch in falling may break her legs on the legs of the chair. Worse than that, he cruelly lays scythes, bill hooks, and other formidable weapons edge upwards so as to cut and mangle the poor witches when they drop plump upon them from the clouds. On this view, the fertility supposed to follow the use of fire results indirectly from breaking the spells of witches. On this view, the fertility supposed to follow the application of fire in the form of bonfires, torches, discs, rolling wheels, and so forth is not conceived as resulting directly from an increase in solar heat which the fire has magically generated. It is merely an indirect result obtained by freeing the reproductive powers of plants and animals from the fatal obstruction of witchcraft. And what is true of the reproduction of plants and animals may hold good also of the fertility of the human sexes. We have seen that the bonfires are supposed to promote marriage and to procure offspring for childless couples. This happy effect need not flow directly from any quickening or fertilizing energy in the fire. It may follow indirectly from the power of the fire to remove those obstacles which the spells of witches and wizards notoriously present to the union of man and wife. On the whole, the theory of the purificatory or destructive intention of the fire festivals seems the more probable. On the whole, then, the theory of the purificatory virtue of the ceremonial fires appears more probable and more in accordance with the evidence than the opposing theory of their connection with the sun. But Europe is not the only part of the world where ceremonies of this sort have been performed. Elsewhere, the passage through the flames or smoke or over the glowing embers of a bonfire, which is a central feature of most of the rites, has been employed as a cure or a preventive of various ills. We have seen that the midsummer ritual of fire in Morocco is practically identical with that of our European peasantry, and customs more or less similar have been observed in many races in various parts of the world. A consideration of some of them may help us decide whether the conflicting claims of the two rival theories which explain the ceremonies as sun charms or purifications, respectively. End of section 15, and the end of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.